What if the fate of humanity rested in the hands of celestial beings who watched from the shadows? In the ancient hush of time, an unseen power hovered above, their gaze heavy with both dread and anticipation. The Watchers, once noble guardians, became entwined in a perilous dance between divine duty and forbidden desire. A single act of rebellion ignited a cosmic firestorm that would alter the course of history forever. Beneath the darkened skies, a gathering storm threatened to unleash chaos. The air crackled with tension, a silent prelude to the unveiling of secrets long buried. In the valleys of Sumer, where whispers of forgotten gods lingered, the seeds of dissent were sown. As mortals toiled under the sun, the Watchers observed with a mix of fascination and horror, their hearts heavy with a burden they could no longer bear. Would they intervene, or would they remain passive witnesses to the tragic unraveling of a world beneath them? In the dim light of dusk, the first echoes of the Watchers' choice reverberated through the ages. They had descended upon the earth, drawn by the allure of humanity's potential. But each glance, each moment spent among mortals dimmed their ethereal glow. As they mingled in the shadows, they tasted the intoxicating sweetness of human experience, love, ambition, and the thrill of creation. Yet, with every heartbeat, the line between their sacred duty and their growing obsession blurred. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the heavens, shaking the foundations of both divine and mortal realms. The sky darkened, swallowed by foreboding clouds, as the Watchers faced an unimaginable dilemma: to act or to abstain. Their hearts raced, caught in a tempest of fear and longing. What would the consequences be for their interference? What sacred laws risked shattering in the wake of their choices? As the winds of fate whispered through the valleys, one bold Watcher emerged from the shadows, driven by an insatiable longing to bridge the gap between celestial and earthly. Yet with his defiance came the harbinger of calamity, a fall that would resonate through the ages, igniting a chain reaction of events that echoed into eternity. The very fabric of existence trembled as the tipping point neared, the scale swaying perilously under the weight of ambition and consequence. The story of the Watchers is not merely a tale of divine beings. It is a stark reminder of the thin veil between salvation and damnation. Their choices would spark a cosmic reckoning, shattering the boundaries of heaven and earth, and forcing humankind to grapple with its own nature. With each unfolding moment, the air thickened with anticipation, and the question lingered: would the Watchers save or doom the world below? As thunder rolled ominously in the distance, the Watchers held their breath. The stage was set, and the first act of a grand tragedy was about to unfold. Would they become the architects of humanity's salvation or its greatest downfall? The answer lay hidden in the shadows, waiting to be revealed. In the cool shadows of ancient caves, where flickering flames danced on rugged walls, there lay whispers of beings who had watched over humanity since the dawn of time. These were not mere figments of imagination but entities woven into the very fabric of countless texts, their stories etched in the minds of elders and scribes who dared to communicate the unfathomable. The Watchers, they called them angels, guardians, or perhaps something more enigmatic. Their legacy ripples through history like the echo of a heartbeat. In the Book of Enoch, a text that thrived in the silence of the early years of Christianity, the Watchers were revealed as fallen angels, divine beings whose curiosity led them to descend from the heavens. They became enamored with the beauty of the earth and the innocence of its inhabitants. With fiery wings and an insatiable thirst for knowledge, they descended to a world that was not theirs to embrace. But as they walked among humans, they did not merely observe. They intervened, and that is where the tale takes a dark twist. As the sun broke the horizon, illuminating the dusty scrolls in a long-forgotten library, the stories of these beings came alive. The scribes spoke of how the Watchers, driven by fascination and desire, taught humanity secrets of the cosmos, astrology, the crafting of weapons, the art of metalworking. What might have begun as a noble intention quickly spiraled into chaos as their influence corrupted the hearts of men. The balance between the divine and the human began to crumble, and the earth filled with strife and bloodshed. Unbeknownst to those who lived in blissful ignorance, the Watchers bore witness to their own downfall. In their quest for understanding, they became entangled in the webs of human emotion, lust, and ambition. Their progeny, the Nephilim, giants born of divine and mortal unions, walked the earth with terrifying strength and insatiable hunger. The very fabric of reality quaked under their weight, and the consequences of the Watchers' transgressions echoed through the ages. In the ancient Near East, where the Fertile Crescent cradled the first civilizations, tales of the Watchers wove themselves into the myths and legends of the people. The Sumerians, Babylonians, and later the Israelites whispered of these celestial beings, their fear and reverence mingling in the telling. The Epic of Gilgamesh, a timeless narrative of heroism and friendship, subtly hints at their presence, painting a picture of divine beings who shaped the destinies of men. But the Watchers were not mere spectators. They were intertwined with the fate of humanity. The story of their fall was echoed in the annals of history, transforming into a cautionary tale for generations. These celestial beings had walked the earth, but in their descent from grace, they carried the weight of a warning. The flood that engulfed the world was not just a punishment. It was a cleansing, a desperate act to restore balance, to purge the chaos that the Watchers had inadvertently unleashed. The ancient texts, laden with emotion, depicted vivid images of the Watchers, their struggle between duty and desire, and their ultimate punishment. Bound beneath the earth, imprisoned in darkness, their cries echoed in the void, a haunting reminder of their choices. The burden of their knowledge weighed heavily upon them, and the world above continued to spin, unaware of the celestial drama playing out in the shadows. In the aftermath, stories evolved, morphing into new forms, yet the essence of the Watchers lingered. They became figures of both fear and fascination, inspiring countless tales that traversed cultures and epochs. In the mythos of the Greeks, they transformed into titans, powerful beings who clashed with the gods. The Romans whispered of them too, in tales that spoke of Watchers in the skies, their eyes ever vigilant, forever yearning for what lay beneath the stars. As the ages passed, the Watchers faded into obscurity, yet their presence was never fully erased. The echoes of their stories resonated in the hearts of those who sought the unknown. The medieval texts, filled with tales of angelic beings, retained the shadows of the Watchers, their warnings etched in the fabric of belief. They were guardians, yes, but also harbingers of the chaos that could ensue when the divine brushed too closely against the mundane. In an age of enlightenment, as scholars sought to uncover the truths of the past, the Watchers found themselves at the center of debates. Were they merely mythological constructs designed to explain the unexplainable? Or were they real entities, forever watching, forever waiting? The tension built steadily, each question like a drumbeat, echoing in the chambers of history. And still, the stories persisted, igniting imaginations and sparking fears. In the dusty corners of libraries, in the hushed conversations of scholars and the fervent prayers of believers, the Watchers lingered. Were they protectors or tormentors, spectators or participants? The lines blurred, leaving a lingering sense of unease that pervaded the air. As twilight descended, casting long shadows across the landscape, the Watchers remained a flickering presence in the minds of those who pondered the mysteries of existence. Their origins intertwined with the very essence of humanity, a testament to the delicate balance between the celestial and the earthly. Each breath, each heartbeat resonated with the unspoken truth that the Watchers had left behind, a tapestry woven with threads of caution, desire, and the haunting inevitability of consequence. In the dim light of the moon, beneath the watchful gaze of stars that had borne witness to millennia of stories, the stage was set for the next chapter. The tale of the Watchers, though steeped in shadows, promised to unfold further, revealing layers still cloaked in mystery. The echoes of their ancient voices beckoned, urging all to consider the unending dance between the divine and the human soul, a reminder that every choice, every whisper, has the power to shape the world. The sky hung heavy over the ancient city of Jerusalem, a palpable tension in the air, as shadows flickered in the lantern light. The streets were alive with whispers, tales of something greater than mere mortals. It was a time when men sought answers to questions that lingered like smoke in the air. Among them was Enoch, a figure both revered and feared, who walked in communion with the divine and dared to tread where others feared to gaze. The Book of Enoch was not merely a text. It was a portal to a world beyond the ordinary. Its pages overflowed with vivid tales of angels and fallen ones, visions of the heavens and the secrets of the cosmos. Enoch, the seventh from Adam, found himself chosen to bear witness to the hidden truths that lay far beyond the reach of the earthly realm. He penned down revelations that would chill the bones of those who dared to read them, opening the door to a universe of both beauty and terror. The story began with the Watchers, celestial beings sent to guide humanity. Their mission, however, spiraled into chaos as they succumbed to temptation. They descended upon the daughters of men, their beauty intoxicating, leading to an intertwining of the heavenly and the earthly that would change the course of history. These divine beings taught humanity forbidden knowledge, sorcery, astrology, the secrets of the earth, but at what cost? The cries of the oppressed mingled with the laughter of the wicked, echoing through the ages. Enoch bore witness to it all, his heart heavy with dread. Through the eyes of Enoch, readers were taken on a haunting journey into the abyss. He saw the fate of the Watchers, bound in chains beneath the earth, their punishment a reflection of their fallen nature. The images were vivid: angels weeping, the ground shaking, and the skies darkening. Each scene unfolded with a chilling clarity that sent shivers down the spine, making the readers confront the very essence of good and evil. Visions came to Enoch like waves crashing upon a shore, relentless and powerful. He witnessed the throne of God, surrounded by a host of celestial beings, radiant and awe-inspiring. The glory of the divine made the air quiver, a stark contrast to the darkness that enveloped the fallen Watchers. Enoch's heart raced as he recorded what he saw, his hand trembling, realizing that his words would etch his message into the annals of time. The vivid descriptions of the heavenly realms were intoxicating, filled with light so pure that it almost blinded. Enoch spoke of the tree of life and the river that flowed from it, a symbol of hope and salvation. But amidst the beauty, there surged an undercurrent of despair, a reminder of the fallen state of humanity. The tension between light and darkness wove through the pages, each sentence dripping with weighty emotion, as the reader felt the struggle deep within their own souls. And then there were the visions of judgment, a scene that would raise the hair on the back of the neck. Enoch could see the day when the heavens would roll back like a scroll, the earth trembling beneath the weight of sin and sorrow. The righteous would be lifted, while the wicked would be cast into eternal darkness. Those words resonated with a chilling certainty, awakening a primal fear of consequences that echoed through the ages. It was not just one man's struggle, but a universal tale of redemption and despair. Enoch's voice rang clear, pulling at the strings of the heart as he navigated through the moral complexities of human existence. The text forced the reader to confront their own choices, their own shadows. Could anyone truly escape the fate of the Watchers? Were we not all, in some way, bound by the chains of our own desires? As Enoch continued to write, the weight of the knowledge he bore grew heavier. The Book of Enoch became a tapestry woven with threads of fear, hope, and the relentless pursuit of truth. The visions flooded in, of a coming Messiah who would restore balance, a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. The faithful would rise, and the world would be remade. Each word pulsed with urgency, a promise of something greater just beyond the horizon. Yet, even as the narrative soared, a shadow lingered. What fate awaited the reader who dared confront these truths? The Book of Enoch held power, a power that could shatter the very foundation of beliefs. To read it was to invite scrutiny, to become entwined in a struggle far beyond the comprehension of the ordinary mind. The stakes were high, and the tension was palpable, a storm brewing just out of sight. As Enoch penned the final words, a hush fell over the chaotic world. The night seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the moment of revelation. The murmur of the cosmos whispered secrets, and the stars blinked knowingly, as if they had witnessed the unfolding of this sacred text from the very beginning. Each line was a heartbeat, every paragraph a prayer, resonating through the ages. The Book of Enoch, with all its trials and triumphs, stood as a testament to the enduring human spirit. The journey was far from over. It was merely the beginning of a broader saga that would entrap the minds and hearts of many. The reader could sense the next chapter looming, the road ahead filled with both peril and promise. The question lingered in the air, thick with emotion. Who would rise to embrace the revelations contained within this sacred book? Who would stand against the darkness, armed with the knowledge bestowed by Enoch? The tension crackled, waiting to erupt, as the world turned, ever spinning towards the edge of the unknown. In the hushed whispers of ancient Mesopotamian nights, beneath the vast canvas of stars, a shadowy figure lingered. Eyes like burning coals peered down from the heavens, watching, waiting. These were the Watchers, supernatural beings who had forsaken their celestial homes for a taste of humanity. Their names shimmered in the air. Azazel, Semjaza, and others, draped in the mystery of untold powers and forbidden knowledge, their fate intertwined with the very essence of mankind. In a world where mortals toiled under the sun, oblivious to the celestial drama unfolding above them, the Watchers yearned for connection. They saw the struggles of humanity, the sweat and blood spilled in the dirt as farmers plowed their fields, the desperate cries of mothers longing for a better tomorrow for their children. Yet this yearning was a double-edged sword, for with it came temptation, the sweet allure of the human experience. As the moon waxed and waned, the leaders of the Watchers gathered in hushed conclave atop a rugged mountain. Semjaza, the most powerful among them, felt the weight of their collective desire. "They suffer," he murmured, his voice deep and resonant, echoing in the still night. "But what if we shared our gifts with them? What if we taught them the secrets of the heavens?" A murmur of agreement washed over the gathering, a wave of excitement mixed with dread. The air crackled with tension as the Watchers debated the ramifications of their decision. Though their hearts thrummed with the beat of compassion, they were acutely aware of the ancient laws binding them to the skies. Breaking those laws could mean exile, perhaps something worse. Yet the call to intervene tugged at their very souls. They exchanged furtive glances, the weight of the world pressing against their shoulders. Then came the fateful night when a single star shone brighter than the rest, signaling the moment of choice. Semjaza declared, "We will descend." With a collective rush, they slipped from the heavens, shimmering trails of light marking their descent. As they touched the earth, an electric thrill surged through them, igniting the air with a potent blend of trepidation and exhilaration. There they found themselves among the mortals, their forms cloaked but their essence unmistakably divine. They wandered through the villages, observing the daily lives of the people, feeling the warmth of laughter, the sting of sorrow. The Watchers saw the young men wrestling in the dust and the old women spinning tales by the fire, each moment pulling them deeper into humanity's embrace. But such beauty was not without its shadows. As the Watchers shared their knowledge, secrets of agriculture, the art of metalworking, and the mysteries of the cosmos, an insatiable hunger began to swell within mankind. The gifts, initially seen as blessings, morphed into a curse. With knowledge came ambition, and with ambition came chaos. In villages that had once thrived in harmony, jealousy and greed took root, growing like dark tendrils choking the light. The Watchers quickly realized their mistake. They had not predicted the ravenous desires that would spiral out of control, nor had they foreseen the blood that would be shed in the name of those gifts. The cries of betrayal echoed in their ears, a cacophony that grew louder with each passing day. The once joyful laughter turned into bitter arguments, friendships cracked like fragile pottery, and the Watchers, who had come to offer wisdom, found themselves caught in a web of despair. In one particularly notorious village, the air thick with tension, a confrontation loomed, ignited by the Watchers' gifts. A farmer, emboldened by the knowledge of irrigation, accused his neighbor of stealing his techniques. The atmosphere crackled with anger as the villagers gathered, bearing witness to a conflict that had escalated beyond control. The Watchers watched from the shadows, their hearts heavy with guilt. The very gifts they had bestowed now sparked violence and division. In the ensuing chaos, a figure emerged, a woman whose spirit shone brightly amid the darkness. She was a healer, gifted with knowledge of herbs and remedies. As the villagers' voices rose in fury, she stepped forward, her voice calm yet firm. "Enough! We have been given a blessing, not a weapon. Let us work together, not tear each other apart." Her words were like a gust of wind that cut through the storm, and for a fleeting moment, the hatred receded. But the Watchers knew that this was merely a momentary reprieve. They felt the weight of the world pressing down on them, the consequences of their actions spiraling beyond their control. As the villagers begrudgingly lowered their voices, the Watchers exchanged glances filled with dread. Would they be forced to leave the very lives they had touched, the very hearts they had sought to uplift? The air quivered with impending doom, and tension hung like a thick fog. An ancient prophecy whispered in the wind, warning of a reckoning for those who dared to interfere. The Watchers, caught between the desire to help and the fear of retribution, knew they had to make a choice that could shatter their existence and alter the course of humanity forever. As night cloaked the land once more, the Watchers retreated to their secret meeting place. The mountains loomed like silent guardians, witnesses to their plight. Semjaza, his voice trembling with emotion, spoke of their fate. "We must return to the skies. We cannot watch the calamity unfold any longer. But what will become of those we leave behind?" The Watchers, with hearts heavy as lead, felt the pull of their celestial home like an anchor dragging them back. Yet they were deeply intertwined with the mortals they had tried to help, their stories now forever linked. The thought of leaving was unbearable. The night unfurled, dark and foreboding, as they stood on the precipice of a decision that would resonate through the ages, a choice that would echo in the hearts of the descendants of those they had tried to uplift. In that moment, as the stars blinked like distant eyes watching over them, the fate of both the Watchers and humanity hung in the balance. The air was electric, thick with anticipation, and as they faced the abyss of uncertainty, a chilling realization dawned upon them. Once seen, they could never truly be unseen. The shadows of their actions would loom large, casting long echoes through time, forever altering both their existence and the world below. In the quiet stillness of a starry night, a shepherd gazes up at the heavens, his heart thundering with the weight of ancient prophecies. Shadows flicker around him, casting an air of mystery, as the winds whisper secrets long forgotten. Suddenly, a blinding light pierces the darkness, illuminating the fields and sending a shiver down his spine. It is not just the brilliance of the light, but the presence that accompanies it. A celestial being, radiating power, a messenger from the very throne of God. Angels, those ethereal figures, have always been more than mere symbols. They are the threads woven into the fabric of early Jewish tradition, bridging the divine and the earthly realms. From the moment the world was created, angels emerged as guardians and guides. They were there when the heavens and the earth were drawn into existence, serving as witnesses to God's magnificent handiwork. Each angel, a unique creation, was assigned roles that spoke to their divine purpose: to protect, to deliver messages, and to execute God's will. As stories flowed through generations, the names of these beings echoed like a haunting lullaby. Michael, the warrior; Gabriel, the messenger; Raphael, the healer. Each name carried with it a sense of awe and reverence, invoking both comfort and fear. Consider the moment when Abraham, the father of nations, sat under the oaks of Mamre. His heart was heavy with the burden of childlessness, yet his faith held firm. As he rested, three figures approached. At first glance, they appeared as ordinary men, but as they drew nearer, their divine essence radiated warmth, a light that seemed to dance around them. These were not mere men. They were angels, sent to deliver a promise that would change the course of history. The air crackled with tension and anticipation as they proclaimed the birth of Isaac. The laughter that erupted from Sarah's tent was not just disbelief. It was a mix of joy and wonder, a reminder that the divine can reach into the depths of despair and weave miracles. Angels were not just messengers of good tidings. They were fierce protectors, often found standing guard over the chosen people. Throughout the tumultuous narratives of the Hebrew Bible, angels appeared in moments of crisis, wielding swords of flame and power. When the Israelites faced the wrath of Pharaoh, there, among the chaos, stood an angel, a pillar of fire, guiding them through the darkness of oppression to the light of freedom. The air was thick with the smell of fear and hope mingled together, a scent that lingered as the sea parted, a miracle brought forth by the command of the Almighty. In the shadow of Mount Sinai, as thunder rumbled and lightning danced across the sky, the people trembled in fear. Here, angels played a crucial role, acting as intermediaries between God and the Israelites. They stood between the divine and the human, their presence a reminder of both the holiness and the danger of the divine encounter. The people could not gaze upon God directly. It would be too much for their fragile hearts. So, the angels surrounded them, their wings whispering calm, their eyes reflecting both love and strength, urging the people to listen, to learn, to grow. And yet, the relationship between angels and humanity is complex. In the Book of Enoch, a text rich in angelology, there are tales of angels who fell from grace, lured by pride and rebellion. The narrative of Azazel, a name shrouded in darkness, reveals how even the mightiest can stumble. As these fallen angels wandered the earth, their actions sparked fear, their once noble purpose twisted into malevolence. The tension between good and evil, light and darkness, plays out like an eternal dance, one that holds the excitement of uncertainty and dread, a reminder that angels, while divine, are not immune to the struggles that weave through existence. In the prayers and rituals of ancient Judaism, angels were invoked not merely as distant figures, but as companions, fellow travelers on the road of life. The Shabbat prayers sang of the angels who welcomed the Sabbath queen, their wings enveloping the faithful in a serene embrace. This was not just a metaphor. It was a tangible connection to the divine, a reminder that help is always near, even in the silence of a lone moment. The heart soared with the thought that these beings, who stood so close to God, were also present in the mundane, breathing life into the prayers that rose like smoke toward the heavens. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the stories of angels continued to inspire awe and reverence. The people gathered around fires, sharing tales of encounters with these celestial beings, stories that set the heart racing and the imagination soaring. Each account ignited a flicker of hope, a spark of belief that perhaps, just perhaps, their own lives were touched by the divine. The laughter, the tears, the shared moments of wonder became a tapestry of faith that bound them together, echoing the sentiments of ages past. The role of angels in early Jewish tradition was not simply a celestial sidebar. It pulsated with life, emotion, and the profound connection between human beings and the divine. As the stories flowed, they intertwined history and myth, shaping the identity of a people whose relationship with God was complex, intimate, and fraught with tension. Through the lens of angels, the struggles and triumphs of humanity came alive, revealing the divine plan that danced just out of reach, yet felt so close. As the night deepened, the stars shimmered like the wings of angels, each one a reminder of the countless stories yet to be told. And in the silence that followed, a sense of anticipation hung in the air, a whisper of what was to come. The shepherd continued to gaze upward, heart racing, knowing that the divine was never far away, always watching, always waiting, always near. In the stillness of dusk, when shadows stretched like the fingers of ancient giants across the land, a whisper rippled through the air, carrying tales of beings who stood apart from humanity, watching, waiting, and sometimes intervening. These were the Watchers, a cadre of celestial beings, cloaked in mystery and burdened with the weight of their own existence. They were not just guardians of knowledge. They were the keepers of humanity's fate, threading their influence through the tapestry of time. Long ago, in a world where gods mingled with mortals, the Watchers descended from the heavens, their wings shimmering like the dawn. They were not just spirit guides. They were a hierarchy, each one imbued with unique powers, each one possessing a story that echoed through the ages. At the pinnacle was Azazel, the leader, whose wisdom was said to rival the stars themselves. He was a figure of contradictions, both revered and feared, a teacher who imparted forbidden knowledge but also a harbinger of consequences that would unravel destinies. Beneath Azazel was a cadre of lesser watchers, each tasked with different aspects of life on Earth. Each one bore a name that carried the weight of their purpose. Semjaza, known for his fiery spirit, was charged with instilling courage in the hearts of men. He walked among them, igniting passion and ambition, but as he championed the brave, he inadvertently sowed seeds of discord as rivalries ignited the flames of war. Then there was Ramiel, the one who gazed upon the souls of the departed. He stood at the crossroads between life and death, his voice a soft lullaby that could soothe anguish or stir up dread. His presence brought hope to those mourning, yet there was a shadow that followed him. The knowledge that every soul he guided to the afterlife had left a story behind, tales of love, loss, and the lingering stain of regret. The Watchers were not just observers. They were architects of fate, weaving destiny with threads of light and darkness. Each interaction with humanity rippled through the ages, affecting generations yet unborn. With every act of kindness, they nudged the earth closer to hope. With every act of cruelty, they bore witness to the decline of virtue. Their hearts were heavy with the weight of their choices, knowing that even the smallest intervention could tip the scales of balance. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the Watchers convened in the ethereal realm where time held no sway. They gathered in a circle, their forms illuminated by an otherworldly glow, revealing faces that bore the marks of countless eons. They conversed in hushed tones, the air thick with tension as they debated the fate of humankind. It was in this sacred gathering that the true nature of their hierarchy became evident. Azazel took a breath, his voice resonating like thunder, commanding respect. We are not mere spectators. We are the custodians of humanity's potential. Yet, how do we guide them without overstepping? How do we teach without leading them astray? His words hung in the air, a challenge that echoed deep within each of them. From the shadows, a voice emerged, Lemech, the keeper of secrets. With great power comes great responsibility, but perhaps it is not our place to interfere. To teach them to soar, we must allow them to fall. They must learn from their mistakes, for that is the essence of growth. His dark eyes sparkled with mischief, yet there was a truth in his words that sent shivers down the spines of his brethren. In this moment of contemplation, the tension in the air thickened. Would they remain bound by their oaths, watching silently as humanity danced on the knife edge of fate, or would they risk everything to guide them? The fate of the world rested on this delicate balance. As the council continued, a sudden commotion disrupted their solemn assembly. A human had stumbled upon their hidden realm, a young girl with fierce determination flickering in her eyes. She had come seeking answers, seeking knowledge that she believed would change her world. The Watchers gasped in unison, their hearts racing as they recognized the potential within her. A spark that could ignite change or plunge humanity into chaos. Azazel stepped forward, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the girl. His voice softened, a mixture of authority and compassion. Child, you tread upon sacred ground. What is it that you seek? I seek the truth, she declared, her voice unwavering. The truth about the darkness that consumes my people, the pain that suffocates them. I want to know how to lift the shadows. Her words pierced the silence, resonating with the very essence of what the Watchers had debated. This was their opportunity, a chance to guide a soul filled with hope. Yet a wave of doubt washed over them. The weight of their decision loomed large. What if her journey led her down a path of destruction? What if the knowledge they imparted became a weapon rather than a shield? They were faced with a choice that none could take lightly. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation, the air thick with the gravity of the moment. The girl stood there, small yet fierce, her heart beating in sync with the tension surrounding her. She was, in that instance, the embodiment of humanity, struggling against the darkness, yearning for light. Azazel's voice broke through the silence once more, laced with an authority that was both comforting and daunting. Knowledge is a double-edged sword, young one. It can uplift the weary but can also shatter the fragile peace. Are you prepared for the burden that comes with the truth? The girl nodded, her resolve unyielding. In that moment, the Watchers understood. They were no longer just distant observers. They were part of something greater than themselves. The hierarchy of their existence was not just about power but about connection. The bond between the celestial and the mortal, the delicate dance of fate that intertwined them all. As they prepared to bestow upon her the wisdom of the ages, they felt the weight of their decision settle upon their shoulders. The winds of change howled through the gathering, and the very fabric of existence seemed to tremble in anticipation. In that moment, the Watchers knew their lives, and the lives of humanity were about to change forever. And the girl, standing on the precipice of fate, was but a heartbeat away from embracing her destiny. It was a time when the air was thick with mystery, a time when the mundane world brushed shoulders with the divine. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting elongated shadows that stretched across the land like fingers reaching for the secrets buried beneath the earth. In the distant past, whispers of colossal beings filled the hearts of men with both dread and fascination. The Watchers, they called them, celestial beings who descended from the heavens, cloaked in brilliance yet shrouded in enigma. What lured them from their lofty abodes? What secrets did they seek? The Watchers were not mere observers. They were powerful entities driven by motives as profound as the cosmos itself. They lingered on the periphery of human existence, their eyes glinting with an insatiable curiosity about the lives of mortals. As they soared overhead, their tenebrous wings brushing against the fabric of the heavens, they became enthralled with the lives of humans, so fragile, yet so resilient. The whisper of the wind carried their thoughts, a cacophony of desires and ambitions that echoed among the stars. It was said that their descent was prompted by the unquenchable thirst for knowledge, for wisdom that transcended the ephemeral lives of men. The ancient texts, etched in clay and parchment, spoke of their longing to understand the heartbeat of humanity. But there lay another thread woven into the fabric of their descent, a profound yearning to intervene, to nurture, and perhaps to elevate those who walked the earth. Their motives were not solely born from a desire to observe, but also from a deep-rooted desire to be part of a world so vividly alive with emotion and conflict. But how did they achieve this? The methods of the Watchers were as diverse as their motives. Some took on the guise of men, cloaking their celestial forms beneath the skins of mortals. In the twilight hours, they walked among humans, their presence igniting the spark of inspiration in artists and the fervor of invention in the minds of scholars. They were the muses who ignited the flames of creativity, guiding their chosen ones with gentle nudges and whispered truths, forming connections that altered the course of history. One such encounter was that of Enoch, a man renowned for his wisdom and unwavering righteousness. As the sun dipped below the mountains, casting the world in hues of orange and purple, Enoch found himself in conversation with one of the Watchers. This being, radiant and majestic, bore an aura that made Enoch's heart race and his skin prickle with electricity. Their dialogue was like an ancient dance, words, thoughts, and ideas swirling around them, creating a tapestry of knowledge. The Watcher shared insights about the cosmos, the universe's workings, and the delicate balance of life, his voice a mesmerizing melody that echoed in Enoch's heart long after the meeting had ended. Yet, not all encounters with the Watchers were benevolent. For every gift bestowed, there were shadows lurking, whispering of ambition and betrayal. The darker corners of their motives began to surface. Some Watchers, driven by envy and pride, sought to manipulate humanity for their own gain. They whispered promises of power and glory into the ears of those who would listen, weaving spells of influence that turned men against each other. In their pursuit of furthering their own agendas, they instigated conflicts that rippled through generations, wars sparked by divine envy cloaked in the guise of human ambition. As the moon rose high in the night sky, illuminating the world in a ghostly glow, the tension escalated. The Watchers, once protectors and guides, began to shift. Their presence became heavier, more oppressive, as their motives clashed in a chaotic ballet. The echoes of their decisions reverberated through the ages, feeding into the hearts of men and women who were now consumed by lust for power, greed, and vengeance. In the ancient city of Babylon, the whispers grew louder. Rulers, intoxicated by dreams of conquest, sought the favor of the Watchers. They built temples and altars, offering sacrifices in hopes of divine endorsement. The air was thick with incense, and the cries of the sacrificial lambs mingled with the fervent prayers of those who believed they could harness the power of these celestial beings. As the Watchers looked on, their hearts conflicted. They recognized the dangerous path humanity was treading. Among them, one Watcher stood apart. His name was Azazel, a being torn between duty and desire. He was drawn to the beauty of human emotion, the laughter, the tears, the love. A flicker of hope ignited within him, a belief that humanity could be steered toward enlightenment. But the darker voices of his kin whispered sweetly, urging him to revel in the chaos. They told him of power, of dominion over those who had once been so easily led. The battle raged within him, a tempest of light and shadow that threatened to consume him whole. As the celestial beings watched their plans unfurl, the consequences of their actions began to crystallize. The very fabric of human history was shifting, molded by the hands of those who had once aimed to guide but now found themselves entangled in a web of their own making. Each decision rippled outwards, creating waves that would devastate and enlighten in equal measure. The Watchers, once seen as gods, now took on the guise of puppeteers, their strings tied to the hearts of mortals. And so, as the stars twinkled with secrets and the skies echoed with ancient prophecies, the stage was set. The motives and methods of the Watchers danced in the shadows, a haunting melody that intertwined their divine ambitions with the fragile fate of humanity. Beneath the surface, an intricate drama unfolded, one that threatened to spiral into chaos. A chaotic ballet of creation and destruction, guided by those who could just as easily be the saviors as they were the harbingers of doom. The lines between light and dark blurred, as the Watchers teetered on the edge of their own downfall, forever altering the course of human history. Under a pallid moon, shadows danced across the ancient stones of a crumbling temple, echoing whispers that had lingered for centuries. These were no ordinary murmurs. They spoke of forbidden knowledge, a truth so potent it could shatter the fabric of existence itself. Here, where the earth met the sky, the Watchers once roamed, their presence a thin veil between the ethereal and the corporeal. In the distant past, the Watchers were beings of immense power, their eyes holding the weight of the cosmos. They descended from heavens that no mortal had touched, their wings glinting like stars caught in a cold, dark night. Their thirst for understanding knew no bounds, and as they gazed upon humanity, they saw potential wrapped in ignorance. They decided to share their insights, a decision that would reverberate through time, igniting both hope and despair. They taught the secrets of the heavens, the movements of the stars, the cycles of the moon, and the hidden energies that coursed through the earth. Those who listened were filled with awe. They felt like children who had just discovered the wonders of a vivid, uncharted world. But knowledge, as it often does, came at a heavy price. The gifts of the Watchers ignited a thirst that would never be quenched, an insatiable hunger for more. Among the first to learn was a man named Enoch. The night he first encountered a Watcher, he was a shepherd, watching over a flock beneath the vast, twinkling sky. In that moment, the stars seemed to shift and shimmer, forming a pathway that led to eternal truths. Enoch stood mesmerized as the Watcher descended, a figure cloaked in light, radiating an energy that sent tingles down his spine. "You seek answers," the Watcher spoke, his voice like the soft rustle of leaves. "But with every answer comes a burden." What Enoch learned that night transformed him. He was shown the secrets of writing, the art of communication that could bridge hearts and minds. He learned of medicine, the healing properties of herbs that could mend both body and soul. But there was more. The Watchers whispered of powers that lay hidden within the earth, knowledge that could control the elements and bend them to one's will. It was intoxicating. As the sun rose the next day, Enoch felt the weight of the knowledge resting heavy upon him. With each word he penned, he felt the pulse of the universe. Each healing herb he gathered whispered tales of lost civilizations. Yet, with every revelation, a darkness crept into his heart. The teachings grew heavier, the burden more profound. Others began to take notice of him, drawn to the wisdom he now possessed. But as they reached for enlightenment, they unknowingly invited chaos. In hushed villages, tales of power spread like wildfire. Those who had once been simple farmers now wielded knowledge that could destroy or create. The Watchers had lifted the veil, but what they had given could not be easily controlled. The once harmonious communities began to fracture as greed took root, twisting friendships into rivalries. The urgings of power echoed in the hearts of men, turning them against one another, igniting wars over secrets that were never meant for mortal hands. As mankind descended into turmoil, the Watchers watched from the shadows, their hearts heavy with regret. They had given humanity a glimmer of the divine, but the price was spiraling out of control. They had wanted to guide, to uplift, yet they had unwittingly unleashed a storm. The knowledge intended to illuminate had cast humanity into darkness. In the midst of the upheaval, Enoch stood at the crossroads. He could feel the energy of the earth vibrating beneath his feet, a reminder of all that had been taught to him. He looked upon the chaos his people had wrought and felt a deep, gnawing pain in his chest. The whispers of the Watchers echoed in his mind. Knowledge without wisdom is a curse, not a gift. He was torn between the desire to share what he had learned and the fear of further destruction. In a moment of clarity, Enoch sought the Watchers once more, desperate for guidance. Beneath the same moonlit sky, he called out, "What do I do? Your gifts have brought ruin. How can I turn the tide?" The air crackled with tension as the Watcher materialized before him, a flicker of light amidst the darkened landscape. "You must choose wisely, Enoch. The path ahead is fraught with peril, but your heart holds the key." With those words, Enoch felt a surge of energy, a mingling of fear and determination. He understood that he held within him the power to either save or doom humanity. He decided to gather the wise and the humble, seeking to rekindle bonds of trust, to remind them of the beauty of knowledge intertwined with empathy. Yet, as he stepped into the light, shadows of doubt lingered around him, whispering words of caution. Would they listen? Would they remember? But just as hope began to bloom, a new threat emerged from the darkness. Others who had learned from the Watchers twisted the teachings for their gain. They harnessed the elements not for healing, but for destruction. The very powers that had once united humanity were now wielded as weapons, and Enoch felt the weight of despair pressing down on him once more. The Watchers, now filled with a sense of urgency, descended once again, their presence a reminder that the choices of humanity would shape the course of history. They gathered, their voices like thunder, resonating through the ages as they called upon Enoch to awaken the dormant wisdom within the hearts of men. You have the power to enlighten or to extinguish. Choose your words and actions with care. As the flames of conflict ignited, Enoch knew the moment for action had come. He stood at the edge of the abyss, torn between the seductive pull of power and the quiet strength of compassion. The Watchers had shown him the secrets of the universe, but could he guide his people back to a path of unity? Would they heed his call? Time hung heavy in the air, a fragile thread connecting the past, present, and future. Enoch gathered the villagers once more, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty. He could feel the pulse of knowledge vibrating in the very air around them, a double-edged sword waiting to be drawn. The choice lay before them, a chance to reclaim the light or surrender to the darkness that loomed ever larger. In that moment, as the night deepened and the stars twinkled overhead, the weight of the Watchers' teachings felt both like a gift and a curse. Would the knowledge shared be a beacon of hope or a harbinger of doom? Their fate hung in the balance, pulled taut like a bowstring, ready to snap and send them spiraling into the unknown. The echoes of the past still lingered, weaving a tapestry of emotions that would resonate through the annals of history, a warning and a promise intertwined. In ancient times, a shadow fell over the earth, thick and palpable, as the Watchers gazed down from the heights of heaven. These were not mere beings of light. They were fallen angels, driven by a curiosity that would reshape the very fabric of the world. Their actions unleashed a chaotic tide, breeding giants who walked among men, casting long shadows over valleys and cities alike. As the first rays of dawn broke over the rugged mountains, a chilling silence enveloped the land. The villagers in a small settlement near the Euphrates River woke with a sense of dread. Their ancestors had whispered tales of the giants, terrifying beings with strength that could topple trees and a hunger that knew no bounds. The Watchers had indulged their desires, sharing forbidden knowledge that twisted the natural order. This knowledge bore fruit in the form of giants, colossal offspring born of heavenly beings and mortal women. Loud thuds echoed through the valleys, a portent of the giant's approach. The ground shook as one such giant, Goliath by name, strode forth, towering over the landscape. He was a sight to behold, his skin glistening in the sun, eyes burning with a fierce intensity. His very presence demanded attention, evoking both admiration and terror. As he approached, the villagers huddled together, hearts pounding in their chests, uncertain of whether to flee or stand their ground. Goliath was not alone. His kin, the Nephilim, roamed the lands in greater numbers, spreading fear and destruction wherever they tread. These giants were not just physical behemoths. Their existence was a consequence of the Watchers' audacious defiance of divine order. With each step they took, the balance of life tilted further away from peace and harmony. Farmers watched helplessly as their crops were trampled, their livestock snatched away in the blink of an eye. As the sun climbed higher, casting its golden rays across the land, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The giants laughed, a sound that echoed like thunder, reverberating through the hearts of those who heard it. They spoke in a tongue that twisted the very air, a language that stirred anxiety deep within the souls of the villagers. Each word was laced with a promise of doom, a reminder of the reckless curiosity that had given rise to their kind. In a nearby temple, the high priest, an elder man with a flowing beard and wise, weary eyes, sensed the encroaching doom. He gathered the villagers, urging them to offer prayers for deliverance. "The heavens have turned against us," he declared, his voice trembling, filled with urgency. "We must seek forgiveness, for the sins of the Watchers have brought these monstrosities upon us." The villagers, hearts heavy with fear, nodded silently, trembling at the thought of the giants prowling nearby. Yet, even as they prayed, the giants reveled in their power. They feasted upon the spoils of the land, their laughter mingling with the cries of the villagers who had lost everything. Each bite they took sent shockwaves of despair rippling through the community. The giants' insatiable hunger was a reflection of the chaos that had spilled from the heavens into the hearts of men. The Watchers, observing from their lofty perch, felt the consequences of their actions ripple through the ages. They had wished to guide humanity, to share knowledge that could elevate man to greatness. But in doing so, they had met with a rebellion of their own making. The giants were a testament to their hubris, a living reminder that some realms were not meant to intertwine. Their hearts grew heavy, knowing that the very beings they had sought to empower now threatened their existence. In the stillness of night, the villagers gathered once more, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the bonfire that danced against the encroaching darkness. They shared stories of their ancestors, tales steeped in courage, strength, and unity. Each story woven into the fabric of their collective memory was a call to resist the giants, to find the strength buried deep within their souls. Yet, fear loomed large, threatening to suffocate hope. Each earthquake that rocked the ground beneath their feet was a reminder of the giants' relentless power. Each night, as the skies darkened, the laughter of giants echoed through the valleys, haunting their dreams. The villagers could feel the weight of the Watchers' legacy bearing down upon them, a heavy shroud that filled their hearts with terror and longing. Then, in a moment of desperation, a brave young girl named Miriam stood before the gathered crowd, her small frame trembling yet fierce with resolve. "We must not let fear dictate our fate," she cried, her voice ringing out with a clarity that caught everyone's attention. "These giants may be powerful, but we have something they do not: our unity and our faith." The villagers turned to one another, their eyes alight with flickers of hope. Miriam's words crackled in the air, igniting a flicker of courage. They began to chant, their voices rising in unison. a powerful declaration against the despair that had threatened to consume them. As they stood together, the air thick with determination, the laughter of the giants began to falter. Yet, amidst this flicker of hope, the ground trembled once more. With a deafening roar, the giants surged forward, angered by the defiance of the tiny humans below. The villagers braced themselves, fear clawing at their hearts. While the giants charged, shadows cast long against the fiery horizon. The clash was inevitable. A storm of emotions erupted as the villagers, driven by desperation, rallied together, armed with nothing but their faith and sheer determination against the looming threat. In the face of overwhelming odds, they stood, united, ready to confront the very consequences of the Watchers' actions. The air crackled with tension, anticipation hanging heavy like a thick fog, as the giants' footsteps drew nearer, echoing the ancient warning. Every action has a consequence, and the time for reckoning had come. A thick mist hung low over the mountains, shrouding the world in a veil of uncertainty. Lightning danced far away, illuminating the darkened sky like a warning sign of impending doom. The air was heavy, pregnant with the fear of what was to come. As people went about their daily lives, they felt an unsettling chill that reached deep into their bones. For in the shadows, ancient whispers spoke of a reckoning, a punishment from the heavens that would wash away humanity's grievous misdeeds. The Watchers loomed above, their presence a constant reminder of the thin line between divine grace and wrath. These beings, once angels of light, had descended upon earth in a time long forgotten. They had mingled with mortals, sharing forbidden knowledge that humanity was never meant to wield. They taught secrets of the universe, of metal and fire, of cures and spells. But with each gift came the price of corruption. As the children of man grew in vanity, the Watchers watched in horror as their charges strayed further from the path of righteousness. The laughter of the innocent turned to cries of despair, and the beauty of creation was marred by greed and violence. In the hearts of the cities, families huddled in their homes, oblivious to the danger looming overhead. Children played, their giggles ringing through the streets, while parents exchanged idle chatter, their faces lit with the glow of a setting sun. But deep within, a storm brewed, not just in the skies, but within the very souls of the people. A weight pressed down on them heavier than any storm. They turned their backs on the Creator, indulging in sins that darkened their hearts. The Watchers could only watch, their wings heavy with regret. Their hearts ached for the innocents, but they knew that judgment was inevitable. As the skies darkened, a solitary figure stood on a hill, gazing into the horizon. Noah, a man of quiet strength, sensed the tremors of change rippling through the land. The earth beneath him felt restless, as if it too anticipated the coming deluge. He had heard the whispers, felt the weight of responsibility pressing upon him. Alone in his convictions, he worked tirelessly, gathering wood and crafting an ark large enough to save his family and a pair of every living creature. With each swing of his hammer, he felt the weight of disbelief from those around him. They mocked him, laughed at his warnings, yet he continued, driven by a deep-seated faith that would not waver. The skies darkened. The first drops of rain fell like tears from the heavens. The clouds churned with fury, and the sound of thunder rolled like the growl of an angry beast. The people, who had ignored the signs, now looked up in terror as the storm escalated. The Watchers felt a mix of sorrow and satisfaction. The time for retribution had come. They had seen the darkness in human hearts, had witnessed their betrayal of the sacred trust. As the rain began to pour, it became clear that this was not a mere storm, but the beginning of an era of reckoning. As the waters began to rise, panic ensued. Families scrambled, grasping for safety, yet there was nowhere to turn. The very ground they had stood upon shifted, transformed into a torrent that swept away everything in its path. Those who had once mocked Noah now begged for his help, their cries echoing in the chaos. But Noah's heart was heavy. He could only save those who were righteous, those who had chosen to believe. The door of the ark closed, sealing fate. He could not turn back the tide of divine judgment. The rain fell like countless arrows, piercing through the darkness. It was relentless, each drop a reminder of human frailty. The watchers, watching from the stormy clouds, felt the earth tremble beneath their feet. They had witnessed the sinful dance of humanity, and now they bore witness to the cleansing of the world. As the waters surged, they remembered the beauty that once was: lush fields, vibrant flowers, laughter echoing through the valleys. But those memories began to fade, swallowed by the rising tide. In the midst of the chaos, a young girl clutched her doll, tears streaming down her face. She didn't understand why the skies had turned dark or why her parents had screamed for her to run. She could only see the playfulness of the rain and the way it danced on the ground. But as the waters swallowed her home, her innocence was shattered. The dolls and toys she had once cherished floated away, replaced by the horrifying reality that would mark the end of an era. With every passing hour, the world transformed. The familiar sights of home turned into a vast ocean. People clung to the last remnants of their lives, but the waters were merciless. They vanished into the tumult, their cries fading into nothingness. The watchers, torn by the devastation, knew that this was the price of hubris. The balance had to be restored, even if it meant sacrificing those who had lost their way. And as the flood engulfed the land, the earth groaned under the weight of its sins. The watchers, powerful yet desolate, felt the sorrow of the world flooding over them. They had been the keepers of knowledge, the bearers of light, but now they stood witness to a darkness that had taken hold of humanity. And yet, amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope emerged. The Ark, a sanctuary floating upon the restless waves, a small beacon of life against the backdrop of despair. As the storm raged on, Noah and his family held fast, knowing they were not alone. The animals within the Ark sensed the tumult outside, their instincts sharp, their hearts racing. Yet within that wooden vessel, a different kind of tension brewed. The watchers, still hovering above, felt the weight of their choices bearing down upon them. They had intervened once, and now they were witnesses to the consequences of their actions. They could only hope that from this flood, a new beginning would emerge, one where humanity could learn the lessons of the past and rise again, reborn from the ashes of divine retribution. The rain continued to pour, relentless and unforgiving, each drop a reminder of what had been lost and what was yet to come. The world was changing, and as the waters swallowed the sins of a broken humanity, the watchers could only wait and watch, their hearts heavy with the burden of knowledge, knowing that this flood was only the beginning of a much larger story yet to unfold. In the dim light of an ancient library, where the dust motes danced like whispers of forgotten souls, a young scholar turned the brittle pages of a manuscript. The ink, still dark and weighty, spoke of the watchers, angelic beings who once roamed the earth, caught between the heavens and humanity, their stories woven into the very fabric of early Christian thought. As he read, a chill crept up his spine, for the words held a power that transcended time, breathing life into legends that had long been shrouded in shadows. The watchers were no ordinary beings. In the Book of Enoch, an ancient text revered by some and shunned by others, they were described as the ones who descended from the heights of heaven, drawn by the beauty of the daughters of men. Their gaze, once filled with divine light, turned to desire, igniting a chain of events that would echo through history. The scholar could almost hear their sighs of longing, their hearts wrestling with a choice that would alter the course of creation itself. With every word he read, the atmosphere thickened, as if the very air was charged with the weight of their transgressions. The story unfolded of how these celestial beings taught humanity forbidden knowledge, secrets of the cosmos, the art of war, and the mysteries of the earth. They showed mortals how to craft weapons and adorn their bodies, igniting a fire of ambition and hubris that would lead to their downfall. As the scholar turned the page, he felt the tension tighten around him, the realization dawning that knowledge can be both a gift and a curse. Outside, thunder rumbled, echoing the turmoil within. The tale of the Watchers was not merely one of good versus evil. It was a complex tapestry of longing, betrayal, and the relentless quest for understanding. Each Watcher, with their own desires and regrets, became a symbol of humanity's struggle against the divine order. The scholar could almost hear their voices rising from the pages. Their pleas, their anger, their sorrow, each emotion a thread stitching together the fabric of their existence. Among them, Azazel stood out, a figure of defiance who led the others in their fateful descent. His name became synonymous with sin and rebellion, a reminder of what happens when celestial beings reach beyond their boundaries. The scholar could envision Azazel, his wings dark against the blinding light of heaven, striding toward the earth with purpose. In that moment, the scholar felt a pang of sympathy for him, understanding the allure of freedom, the intoxicating pull of choice. Yet, the price of that choice was steep, and the consequences were far-reaching. As the storm outside intensified, rain lashed against the windows, almost drowning out the whispers of the text. The scholar's heart raced as he read of the Watcher's punishment. Bound in chains, cast into the abyss, they languished in isolation for their transgressions, their cries echoing through the void. It was a haunting reminder of the weight of their decisions. Once revered beings, now reduced to shadows, eternally regretting their choice. The scholar's fingers trembled as he traced the words, feeling the echo of their pain resonate within him. The narrative flowed, each sentence drawing him deeper into a world where angels walked beside men, where the lines between right and wrong blurred in the twilight of desire. The Watchers, with their extraordinary gifts, had paved the way for humanity's advancements, but at a catastrophic cost. The scholar could sense the fear that followed their defeat, how the ancient texts warned of their return, the dread of their influence lingering in the hearts of those who dared to remember. He read on, heart-pounding, drawn into the struggles of Enoch, who stood as a bridge between the earthly and the divine. Chosen to be a prophet, Enoch faced the daunting task of relaying the Watcher's message to a world that had turned its back on them. The scholar imagined Enoch, trembling before the throne of God, conveying the fate of the fallen. What weight lay heavy on his heart as he spoke of mercy mixed with judgment? What sorrow filled his soul as he recounted the lessons learned too late? The pages turned, each one a testament to the complexity of belief, the intertwining of faith and the supernatural. The Watchers became both a warning and a lesson, a symbol of the struggle between ambition and humility. The scholar felt the rush of emotions swell within him, a blend of fear, wonder, and the relentless pursuit of truth. Each revelation igniting a fire in his mind, urging him to comprehend the depths of their tale. Amidst the chaos of thunder and rain, a stillness settled over him as he reached the end of the section. An unsettling quiet enveloped the room, the air thick with anticipation. The Watchers were not just figures of the past. They were reflections of humanity's own struggles, our ambitions, our failures, our insatiable thirst for knowledge. The realization dawned that their story was far from over. It was a cycle that continued, an echo reverberating through the ages, whispering of choices yet to be made. With a rush of emotion, the scholar closed the manuscript, the weight of the Watcher's legacy heavy on his heart. Their tale would not fade into obscurity. It lingered, begging to be understood, reaching out to those willing to listen. The storm raged outside, but within the library, a different kind of storm brewed. A thirst for understanding, a yearning to delve deeper into the mysteries that lay ahead. And as he contemplated the path forward, the shadows of the Watchers danced in his mind, each flicker a reminder that the past is never truly settled, and the future remains unwritten, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. A warm breeze swept across the ancient land, rustling the palm trees and carrying with it the whispers of forgotten tales. It was under the sky, a canvas painted with the hues of dusk, that cultures collided, giving rise to stories both beautiful and haunting. Among them was the tale of the Watchers, figures who lingered at the edge of human understanding, embodying the deep longing for knowledge and the perils that came with it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the crumbling ruins of once great cities, the Hellenistic influence began to weave its way into the fabric of the Watcher's narrative. The echoes of philosophers and poets, their thoughts lingering like the scent of blooming jasmine, breathed new life into this ancient story. It was a time when the gods and men danced together in the twilight, and wisdom was sought in every corner of the world. The Watchers, originally celestial beings tasked with guiding humanity, found themselves entwined in a tapestry rich with Greek philosophy, where the pursuit of knowledge was not merely a virtue but a dangerous game. The Greeks, with their thirst for understanding, had begun to question the very nature of the divine. What if knowledge was a double-edged sword? What if the pursuit of wisdom led to ruin? Such questions reverberated in the hearts of the Watchers, who, drawn by curiosity, could feel the weight of their decision heavy upon their ethereal shoulders. As the stories spread, the characters grew, evolving under the influence of Hellenistic ideals. They were no longer mere watchers. They became allegories of mankind's struggle against ignorance. The tale morphed, and the lines between good and evil blurred, as the Watchers began to reflect the complexities of human nature. Their once innocent desire to share knowledge became a catalyst for chaos, echoing the tragic tales of Greek legends that warned of hubris and downfall. In the quiet corners of Alexandria, scrolls filled with the musings of great thinkers captured the essence of this transformation. The tales of Prometheus, who defied the gods and gifted fire to humankind, resonated deeply with the Watchers' plight. They, too, were faced with the temptation of forbidden knowledge, caught in a whirlwind of desire and despair. The narrative twisted like a serpent, seductive yet dangerous, as the Watchers learned the true cost of their curiosity. Just as the Hellenistic world embraced the beauty of philosophy, it also birthed an understanding of the human condition. The Watchers were no longer detached observers. They became deeply flawed, grappling with emotions that were both foreign and familiar. Love, envy, pride, and despair coursed through their celestial veins, and with each passing moment, they resembled humanity more closely. The stories began to reflect the Hellenistic belief in the interconnectedness of all things: gods, men, and the universe itself. The rising tension was palpable as the Watchers stood at a crossroads. They could choose to remain passive, to continue watching from the shadows, or they could step into the light, embracing their role as guides, even if it meant facing the wrath of the divine. The influence of Hellenistic culture, with its insistence on questioning authority, began to shape their destiny. The tales echoed with the cries of those who sought knowledge but paid the price with their freedom, like so many tragic heroes of old. In the bustling marketplaces, where the air buzzed with the sound of trade and laughter, a sense of urgency began to pulse through the streets. The people yearned for answers, and the Watchers, drawn by their plight, hovered just beyond reach. The stories told whispered of their descent into the chaos of human emotion, a chaos that resonated with the Hellenistic emphasis on individuality. The Watchers, once detached and serene, found themselves swept into the very currents they had observed from afar. As night fell and the stars blinked into existence, each one a beacon of lost potential, the Watchers faced their deepest fears. What if their interference only led to more suffering? What if, in their quest to illuminate the darkness, they became the architects of their own downfall? The Hellenistic influence that had once inspired them now cast a shadow over their hearts, igniting a conflict that threatened to tear them apart. The air crackled with tension, the weight of impending decisions suffocating. The Watchers, caught in the web of their desires, felt the pull of fate tighten around them. Each choice they made reverberated through the cosmos, influencing not just the lives of those they watched but the very fabric of existence itself. The narrative swelled with the intensity of their dilemma, a crescendo that echoed the very essence of Hellenistic philosophy: the struggle against chaos, the search for meaning in a world rife with uncertainty. In the aftermath of their choices, the landscape shifted. The celestial bodies above flickered like candles in a storm, reflecting the turmoil within. The Watchers, now fully immersed in human emotion, faced the consequences of their actions. The stories began to intertwine, creating a complex web of fate, where every thread was a life lived, a heart broken, a lesson learned. The Hellenistic influence turned the Watchers into mirrors, reflecting the inner battles waged by every soul who dared to seek truth. With every heartbeat, the tension mounted. The Watchers stood at the precipice of revelation, their once simple existence morphing into a tale of epic proportions. As they reached out to touch the lives of those below, the lines between divine and mortal blurred, and the world awaited, breathless, for what was to come next. The stage was set for a drama that would unfold in ways they could never have imagined, a story where the shadows danced with the light, and the echoes of Hellenistic thought shaped the very destiny of all. In a small, sunlit room of an ancient Judean home, a young scholar named Ben was hunched over scrolls, the scent of ink and parchment filling the air. He wrote feverishly, his quill scratching against the surface as he meticulously translated prophetic texts from Hebrew to Greek. Outside, the sound of children playing mingled with the distant chatter of merchants in the bustling marketplace. Little did Ben know that the quiet transformation happening within his faith would ripple through centuries, creating waves that would forever shift the foundation of belief for countless souls. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, Ben glanced up from his work. He felt an unsettling tug in his chest, a sensation that something was changing around him, something both thrilling and terrifying. He could hear whispers of a new movement, a growing community that spoke of a man named Jesus, whose teachings seemed to ignite a passionate fire in the hearts of many, but also stoked the flames of fear and resentment among the religious elite. Across town, in a modest gathering place, a group of followers huddled together, their faces glowing with fervor. They marveled at the stories shared by Peter and John, tales of miracles and profound wisdom. These men spoke of a new covenant, one that would extend beyond the boundaries of their ancient faith. The air crackled with excitement, but beneath it lay an undercurrent of uncertainty. Would their beliefs be accepted? Would they be vilified for daring to step beyond the familiar? The tension was palpable as Ben's friend, Miriam, approached him one evening, her eyes wide with earnestness. "Have you heard what they say about the carpenter?" she asked, her voice a mixture of hope and fear. "They claim he is the Messiah, that he has come to save us." Her heart raced, but so did the danger that lingered on the edges of their conversations. The authorities watched closely, and her spirit ached with the potential cost of such a revelation. As the days turned into weeks, Ben found himself torn between the teachings that had shaped his life and the intoxicating allure of this new faith. He wrestled with the scriptures, seeking answers in the prophecies that spoke of a savior. Each verse seemed to shimmer with possibilities, yet the familiar rhythms of his tradition tugged him back like a heavy cloak. In the shadows of the temple, the world felt both alive and suffocating. The priests moved with a sense of urgency, their robes sweeping the stone floors as they debated the implications of this growing sect. Their faces were lined with concern, brows furrowed with the weight of questions that echoed in the solemn halls. What if this movement gained momentum? What if it challenged the very essence of their laws? The thought was chilling, and they knew they had to act. On a fateful morning, the whispers erupted into a storm. A crowd gathered in the streets, the tension thick enough to cut through. A man, flanked by his followers, stood before them, speaking words that resonated in the hearts of many. "Blessed are the meek," he proclaimed, his voice steady yet warm. As he spoke of love, forgiveness, and a God who embraced the outcasts, hope surged through the crowd. Yet, in the shadows, eyes filled with anger and suspicion watched closely, ready to strike at the first sign of dissent. Ben stood among the throng, feeling the heat of the moment weave through his very being. His heart raced, caught between admiration and fear. He understood the risk of this new path, a path that could lead to exile from the community he had always known. But in that heartbeat of uncertainty, a new understanding flickered within him, a realization that perhaps the essence of faith was not in rigid adherence, but in the transformative power of love. As the sun set on that decisive day, Ben found himself grappling with an unshakable truth. The teachings of Jesus were not just a challenge to the old ways. They were a call to something greater. He envisioned a new horizon where the walls that separated people, walls of ethnicity, tradition, and belief, could be torn down. But in order to reach that horizon, he would have to step into the unknown, leaving behind the familiar safety of his heritage. The very thought made his stomach churn. Yet across town, the voices of dissent were growing louder. The Sanhedrin convened, their deliberations echoing through the halls of power. They felt the weight of their authority slipping away with every new convert who found solace in this radical faith. They spoke in hushed tones, plotting and planning, the air thick with tension. This was not just a transition. This was a battle for the souls of their people. In this charged atmosphere, a pivotal figure emerged, Paul, once a fierce persecutor of the followers of Jesus, now a passionate advocate for this revolutionary faith. His own transformation swept through the region like wildfire. As he traveled from city to city, he recounted the story of the risen Christ, his words igniting sparks of hope in the hearts of the despairing. He spoke of the gospel being for all people, not just the chosen ones. His presence sent tremors through Jewish communities, as both fear and excitement danced through the air. For Ben and Miriam, the message was both exhilarating and frightening. They debated late into the night, wrestling with questions that seemed insurmountable. Was it possible to reconcile their cherished traditions with this burgeoning faith? Could they remain faithful to their roots while embracing this new identity? The answers seemed elusive, shrouded in layers of fear and desire. The wheel of history turned relentlessly, the transition from Jewish to Christian interpretations drawing closer with each passing moment. The danger grew palpable, and the stakes became ever higher. In the shadows of their hearts, they sensed the fragility of their choices, the weight of their decisions hanging heavily over them like a storm cloud ready to burst. As they contemplated their next steps, the sun rose on a new day, one that would forever change the landscape of belief. The world around them felt electric, charged with the promise of what lay ahead. The tension mounted, emotions swirling in a complex dance of hope and fear, love and betrayal. Each person stood at the precipice of history, ready to step into an uncertain future, unaware of the monumental impact their choices would have on generations to come. The echoes of their struggles and triumphs would resonate through the ages, intertwining their fates in a story that had only just begun to unfold. In the shadowy corners of ancient scrolls, where ink whispered stories long buried by time, a chilling tale waited to be unearthed. It spoke of celestial beings, known as the Watchers, who once descended from the heavens, wrapped in mystery and purpose. Their presence ignited a spark of curiosity and dread, for the Watchers were not mere observers. They were entangled in a web of fate that would intertwine with humanity's very essence. The Gnostic texts, written in languages that danced like the flickering light of a candle, contained fragments of this haunting saga. As scholars pored over the fragile papyrus, translating the cryptic symbols, the weight of the Watchers' actions echoed through the ages. They came, driven by a desire to share knowledge, yet their gifts would unearth a darkness that had long remained hidden beneath the surface of existence. In the Book of Enoch, a text revered by the Gnostic tradition, the Watchers are depicted as angels who dared to breach the boundaries set by the divine. They gazed upon the beauty of humanity and, consumed by a profound yearning, descended to the earth. Their magnificent wings shimmered with the light of 1,000 stars, yet their hearts were heavy with the burden of forbidden desire. What did they see in humanity that inspired such audacity? Was it the innocence of the first beings or the untapped potential that lay dormant within them, waiting for the touch of the divine? As the Watchers descended, their feet touched the soil of a world brimming with life and wonder. They introduced knowledge, secrets of the cosmos, the art of healing, and the mysteries of the stars. But with knowledge came chaos. Humanity, once untouched by the fire of ambition, began to awaken. The first spark of rebellion flickered in their hearts, igniting a thirst for power that the Watchers had not foreseen. The whispers of their arrival stirred the air, igniting both hope and despair. Women and men gathered to hear the words of these celestial beings, their eyes wide with awe. Yet, amidst the wonder, shadows began to creep into their souls. The gifts bestowed upon humanity transformed into curses. With every new understanding, a veil of darkness settled over the world, and the balance that had once existed began to crumble. The Watchers, overwhelmed by the consequences of their actions, felt the weight of the world pressing upon them. They had come to guide, but instead, they had unleashed a torrent of chaos. Their hearts ached as they witnessed the beauty of humanity twist into something monstrous. They had sown the seeds of wisdom, but in doing so, they had also cultivated envy, greed, and desire. As the nights passed, the skies echoed with the cries of the fallen. The Watchers watched as their creation spiraled out of control, helpless to intervene directly. They stood at the precipice, observing the unfolding tragedy they had set in motion. The haunting realization gnawed at their souls. They were no longer mere watchers but participants in a cosmic game whose rules they had not fully grasped. In the Gnostic tradition, the plight of the Watchers serves as a mirror reflecting humanity's own struggles. Each person carries within them the potential for greatness and destruction. The texts hinted at a deeper truth: knowledge, while a powerful tool, can lead to ruin when wielded without wisdom. The Watchers became a cautionary tale, their legacy entwined with the very fabric of existence. As time wore on, tales of the Watchers morphed into legends, passed down through generations like a firefly's glow in the dark. Those who heard the stories felt a chill run down their spines, a reminder that the boundaries between the celestial and the earthly were perilously thin. Was it not the same hunger for understanding that drove humanity to build towers toward the heavens, risking the wrath of the gods? The Watchers had shown the way, but at what cost? Amidst the chaos, one could find moments of clarity. There were individuals who understood the delicate balance of knowledge and power. They drew inspiration from the tales of the Watchers, recognizing that true wisdom lay not in the accumulation of knowledge but in the humility to wield it with care. Yet these voices were drowned out by the clamor of those who sought power above all else, fueling a cycle of destruction that echoed through history. The Watchers, caught between their celestial origins and the turmoil of the world below, faced a reckoning of cosmic proportions. Their once shining wings now bore the weight of their choices. They were not the gods they had imagined themselves to be. They were flawed beings, much like those they had sought to enlighten. Each night, they looked down upon the earth, their hearts heavy with regret, knowing that they had gifted humanity the fire, but it had ignited a blaze that threatened to consume everything in its path. As the tales wound through history, a profound question lingered in the minds of those who dared to ponder. Could the Watchers ever redeem themselves? Could they find a way back to the light? Or were they doomed to wander the shadows of their own making? The answers eluded them, shrouded in the mists of time and the echoes of fate. In the dim light of ancient libraries, scholars continued to decipher the fragments of the Gnostic texts. Each revelation brought new chills and insights, intertwining the fates of the Watchers and humanity in an eternal dance of light and dark. As they pieced together the story, they too felt the weight of the knowledge they carried. It was a burden wrapped in wonder, a reminder that every choice leads down a different path, and sometimes, the most profound truths lie hidden in the spaces between the light and the shadows. As the last candle flickered into the night, the haunting presence of the Watchers loomed over the world, a reminder that their story was far from over. The echo of their descent lingered, a whisper that threaded through time, waiting for the next chapter to unfold, where the lines between divine and human, knowledge and power would blur once again, igniting the flames of destiny anew. On the edge of a crumbling cliff, shadows danced under the silver light of a full moon. A figure stood alone, gazing out over the world, eyes wide with wonder and dread. Below, the vast expanse of the ocean whispered secrets, its waves crashing like a heartbeat against the rocky shore. This place, steeped in ancient stories, held the watchful gaze of unseen entities, the Watchers. They were the guardians of knowledge, standing sentinel over humanity's path, each one a silent witness to the unfolding drama of life. In art and literature, the symbolism of the Watchers is woven into the fabric of human expression. From the grand tapestries of medieval cathedrals to the delicate brushstrokes of Renaissance paintings, these figures appear, often cloaked in mystery. Their presence evokes emotions that range from fear to awe, stirring the imagination with questions that linger long after the last stroke of the brush. The Watchers are not mere spectators. They embody the weight of history, acting as both protectors and judges. Consider the ancient myths, rich with tales of gods and titans, where watchers often take form. In the Book of Enoch, a sacred text shrouded in obscurity, fallen angels descend to earth, captivated by the beauty of human beings. Their desire leads to chaos, as they teach forbidden knowledge and introduce humanity to both wonder and ruin. This duality reflects the complex nature of the Watchers. They are both harbingers of wisdom and bringers of destruction. The tension in these stories evokes a shiver down the spine, a reminder of the heavy price of knowledge. In literature, the echoes of the Watchers resonate through the pages of timeless classics. They emerge as figures in the shadows, watching over protagonists in their quests. In Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, the creature is both a witness and a victim, overlooked by his creator. Readers feel the raw emotion of abandonment and longing in his eyes, drawing a parallel to the Watchers who observe the human condition with a heavy heart. The creature's plight stirs a deep empathy, urging us to consider the responsibilities that come with creation and knowledge. Visual art, too, captures the essence of the Watchers through haunting imagery. Artists like Gustave Moreau embraced the ethereal, painting figures that exude a celestial presence. In his works, angels and deities hover above, their gazes both benevolent and foreboding. Each brushstroke conveys a sense of yearning, as if the Watchers themselves wish to reach out, to intervene yet remain restrained. The tension between action and inaction pulls the viewer closer, inviting them to gaze into the eyes of the Watchers, to question what they see and what they choose to ignore. The Watchers have often been depicted in the guise of all-seeing eyes, a potent symbol that transcends cultures and eras. In many ancient civilizations, this motif served as a reminder of divine presence, instilling both fear and reverence. The Eye of Horus in ancient Egypt represented protection, royal power, and good health, while the all-seeing Eye of Providence within Christianity suggests a watchful God overseeing humanity's journey. These interpretations evoke a primal instinct within us, a longing for guidance intertwined with a fear of judgment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a twilight glow upon the land, the Watchers continued their eternal vigil. Their presence is felt in the rustle of leaves, the flicker of candlelight, and the soft murmur of prayers. In this moment, the boundaries between the seen and the unseen blur. They embody the age-old question: who watches over us and why? This inquiry pierces through the layers of time, revealing the struggles and triumphs of those who seek meaning in a world riddled with uncertainty. In contemporary literature, the Watchers evolve yet remain anchored in their symbolism. Modern authors breathe new life into the archetype, embodying them as guardians of secrets and keepers of truths. In Neil Gaiman's American Gods, the old gods become watchers of a new age, struggling for relevance in a world that has moved on. Their existence challenges the reader to consider what is lost when faith fades, stirring a sense of nostalgia and a longing for connection. The emotions run deep, a visceral reminder that the Watchers are not just ancient figures but reflections of our own experiences. Isolated, searching, and yearning for understanding. The tension builds as the night deepens. The wind howls a lonely tune, and the moon casts long shadows that stretch across the landscape. In the depths of darkness, the Watchers remain, silently urging humanity to look beyond the surface. With each heartbeat, they remind us of our fragility, of the choices that define us and the consequences that follow. The stories continue to intertwine, flowing from one to the next, as the Watchers whisper their secrets to those willing to listen. As dawn approaches, the light begins to break over the horizon, illuminating the world once more. The Watchers, though unseen, persist in their eternal watch. Their symbolism throbs in the air, a thread that connects the past to the present. With every glance, every brushstroke, every word penned upon a page, they remain with us, reminding us that the stories of humanity are woven into the fabric of existence itself. The sun rises, casting aside the shadows of the night, but the Watchers linger in the hearts of those who ponder their role in the tapestry of life. What do they see, and what do we choose to reveal? The questions hang in the air, a haunting melody that never quite fades, echoing through the corridors of time. beckoning for the next chapter to unfold, where shadows will again meet light in an unending dance of creation and reflection. A whisper rippled through the ages, a faint echo of a time when heaven and earth brushed shoulders. The Watchers, ancient beings of immense power and consequence, hovered on the edge of human history, their story woven into the very fabric of existence. They were not just figures of legend. They were the sentinels of divine judgment and prophetic destiny, casting their watchful gaze over humanity in its most vulnerable moments. Picture a vast, starry sky, where the celestial bodies twinkled like diamonds against the dark tapestry of night. Beneath this celestial canopy, the Watchers stood, their forms ethereal and glowing with a light that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of creation itself. These were not mere observers. They were guardians, tasked with the heavy burden of overseers. They whispered messages of hope and warnings of destruction, bridging the chasm between the seen and the unseen, the mortal and the divine. Their role in Christian eschatology unfolds against a backdrop of cataclysmic events, where the world as we know it hangs in the balance. Revelation speaks of a time when the heavens will roll back like a scroll, and the earth will tremble under the weight of divine judgment. Here, the Watchers play an essential part, silent yet powerful. They are the witnesses to the unfolding drama of humanity's final chapter. They are the ones who will present the records of mankind's choices, weighing actions and intentions as the end draws near. Scripture tells the story of their descent, an act that reverberated through the ages. These Watchers, described as sons of God, descended upon Mount Hermon and beheld the beauty of human form. Yet, their fascination turned to folly, leading them to abandon their heavenly posts and interact with humanity in ways that were never intended. This act of defiance birthed a lineage of chaos, the Nephilim, who walked the earth with a fierce and untamed power, leaving behind legends of giants and darkness. As the pages of the Old Testament turned, the consequences of the Watchers' actions became evident. The Great Flood, a cleansing wave sent forth by a grieving God, washed away the sins of the earth. But even in this act of mercy, the shadows of the Watchers lingered, a reminder of the frailty of human nature and the dangers of straying from divine command. The Watchers were not to be forgotten. They were immortal in their influence, as their choices echoed through the generations. Fast forward to the New Testament, where the watchful eyes of these ancient beings remain fixed upon the unfolding story of Christ. Their presence looms like a specter over the narratives of resurrection and redemption. It is said that even they could not fathom the depth of God's love, which would send his own Son to bridge the rift caused by their rebellion. The Watchers observed the passion of Christ, the sacrifice that would echo through eternity, and their hearts, once steeped in pride, were pierced by a glimmer of hope. But the book of Revelation brings forth a vision of the ultimate showdown, where the Watchers will once again be intertwined with humanity's fate. With the dawn of the end times, they will stand as witnesses to the cosmic battle between light and darkness. The skies will blaze with fire, the earth will quake, and the very foundations of existence will tremble under the weight of divine truth. The Watchers will bear witness to the returning King, the one who comes to reclaim his creation. Imagine the tension as humanity faces its reckoning. The Watchers, with their ancient wisdom and piercing gaze, will watch as souls are weighed, as choices are scrutinized, and as destinies are sealed. They will see the faithful rise, their hearts full of hope, while the unrepentant will face the bitter harvest of their choices. The air will crackle with electricity, a palpable sense of dread and awe intermingling as the final act unfolds. In this climactic moment, the Watchers are not mere bystanders. They are the embodiment of divine justice. The very fabric of time and eternity hangs in the balance, and they play a pivotal role in the unfolding of prophecy. Their hearts, once filled with curiosity and rebellion, now beat in unison with the divine will, echoing the urgency of the hour. The message of hope and warning reverberates, a call to repentance and a reminder of the narrow path that leads to salvation. And as the cosmic curtain draws ever closer, the Watchers stand tall, guardians of secrets long held and witnesses to the unfolding mystery of faith. The stories of their past intertwine with the present, creating a tapestry rich with emotion, tension, and the weight of choices made. They linger on the precipice of eternity, their eyes shimmering with the light of love and longing, waiting for the moment when the celestial and the earthly merge once more. In the midst of this grand narrative, humanity's heart beats wildly, caught between fear and hope. The Watchers beckon, their silent voices urging the wayward to turn back, to seek redemption before the final curtain falls. The pulse of history quickens, and in that sacred space, the past, present, and future collide, creating a symphony of emotions that resonates through the ages. The Watchers remain, steadfast and unwavering, a reminder that the story of humanity is not merely one of despair, but one rich with the promise of divine love and redemption. The stage is set, the players are in motion, and the echoes of the Watchers will continue to ripple through the hearts of those who dare to listen. The end is not merely an event. It's a culmination of choices, a tapestry woven from the threads of human experience, watched over by those who dared to step beyond divine boundaries, only to find themselves forever intertwined in the story of redemption. Their tale is not finished. It spirals forward, a relentless current that flows into the next chapter, where the lamp of faith flickers in the deepening darkness, illuminating the path ahead. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the ancient sands, whispers of unseen beings floated in the air like tendrils of smoke. The Watchers, enigmatic figures shrouded in both reverence and fear, hovered above the lives of the faithful, recording every deed, every intention, every fleeting thought. In Islamic tradition, these celestial observers represented a bridge between the earthly realm and the divine, their presence both a comfort and a source of trepidation. In the vibrant streets of Medina, children played, their laughter ringing through the air, unaware of the silent guardians that lingered nearby, watching with unwavering attention. The Watchers, known as the Kiraman Katibin, stood poised, quills in hand, ready to inscribe the deeds of each soul. They were not mere scribes. They were the keepers of fate, the very arbiters of justice that influenced the destinies of millions. The belief in these Watchers instilled a sense of accountability, a reminder that every action, no matter how small, resonated in the cosmic order. Historians traced the roots of the Watchers back to the Quran, where Allah spoke of these illustrious scribes. Surah Al-Infitar depicted their roles with vivid imagery, illustrating how they recorded the righteous and unrighteous acts of humanity. Each stroke of their quills was sacred, an echo of divine justice that resonated throughout time. The faithful, as they recited prayers, often felt the weight of their presence, a heavy yet reassuring reminder of the watchful eyes that observed the very core of their beings. Yet the Watchers were not solely Islamic phenomena. In the tapestry of religious tradition, echoes of similar entities could be found. Jewish texts spoke of angels who observed and reported human behavior, while Christian beliefs intertwined the concept of guardian angels with divine oversight. As the stories wove together across cultures and epochs, one could not help but feel the chilling similarities. Every faith carried the burden of accountability, each tradition illuminated by the faint glow of celestial observers. In the dim light of the mosque, an imam recounted tales of repentance, reminding his congregation of the mercy these Watchers could bestow. They record not just your sins, but also your struggles, your yearning to be better, he would say, his voice resonating with passion. The listeners felt their hearts swell with hope, envisioning the Watchers as benevolent allies in their quest for redemption. The thought that every time they stumbled, there was a chance for grace, made the weight of their actions lighter. Yet, alongside the hope, there lay an undercurrent of fear. The stories of those who had strayed too far from the path reverberated through the ages. The Watchers, some said, held the power to seal one's fate, their quills poised to mark down every misstep. The tales of punishment for the wicked loomed like dark clouds on the horizon, casting shadows over the lives of those who dared to stray. The balance between mercy and justice was a tightrope walk that left many trembling in fear. As the night deepened, tales of the Watchers transformed into legends of retribution. The fires of history fueled the imagination, recounting instances when the Watchers intervened. There was the story of a thief whose hands trembled as he reached for his next target, feeling the weight of invisible eyes upon him. It was said that in that moment, the quill of a watcher hovered in the air, poised to record his sin. In the face of the unseen, he faltered, abandoning his ill-fated path and choosing instead to seek forgiveness. The power of choice, illuminated by the presence of the watchers, was palpable, a moment of tension that held the promise of transformation. In the shadows of the past, the line between humans and the celestial blurred. The watchers were not distant. They were intimately involved in the lives of those they observed, influencing hearts and minds in ways both subtle and profound. In a moment of quiet reflection, a young woman prayed fervently, her heart heavy with sorrow. She longed for guidance, for a sign that her struggles were known, that she was not alone. And in that vulnerable moment, she felt a whisper, a soft reassurance that the watchers were indeed listening, their quills poised to record not just her words, but the very essence of her soul. The tension of belief in these watchers fueled a deeper exploration of human nature itself. The emotions of fear, hope, guilt, and redemption intertwined seamlessly in the lives of the faithful. There were interludes of despair, stories of those who ignored the weight of the watchers, spiraling into chaos, only to find themselves staring into the abyss, longing for a second chance. And just as despair threatened to engulf them, the watchers, with their silent presence, held within them the possibility of hope, the promise of transformation. As the dawn broke, illuminating the desert sands, a new day unfolded. But the stories of the watchers stretched beyond the horizon, their essence intertwined with the very fabric of human existence. Their quills continued to write, etching the stories of love, loss, and redemption, binding the lives of the faithful together in a tapestry of shared experiences. Whether one sought comfort or trembled in fear, the presence of the watchers remained a constant, a reminder that every moment mattered, every action echoed through eternity. And just as the sun rose, casting light on the stories yet to unfold, whispers of the next chapter beckoned. The dance of faith and doubt, righteousness and sin, played on in the hearts of many, each person a character in a timeless narrative, their paths intertwined under the watchful gaze of the enigmatic watchers. In the flickering shadows of a candlelit chapel, the air thick with incense and hushed whispers, a ghostly figure appears, its pale visage illuminated by the dancing flames. This is no ordinary specter. It is a watcher, an angelic being cast down from grace, its eyes filled with a sorrow that echoes through the ages. The medieval mind, steeped in superstition and fervor, would shudder at the thought of these celestial observers, forever suspended between heaven and earth, watching humanity through a veil of longing. In the minds of the faithful, the watchers embodied both divine beauty and tragic despair. They were once radiant beings, entrusted with the duty to guide and protect mankind. But in their quest for knowledge, they strayed from their heavenly purpose, drawn to the allure of earthly women and the secrets hidden within creation. The ancient texts whispered of their downfall, of how they descended to the world, seduced by the very flesh they were meant to safeguard. Each tale sent chills down the spines of listeners, tinged with the belief that the watchers were not merely observers, but active participants in the chaos of human existence. The medieval church, an unwavering bastion of faith, grappled with the implications of these tales. The watchers were seen as both a cautionary symbol and a reminder of the precarious line between the celestial and the terrestrial. Their stories were woven into the fabric of sermons, sparking fear and fascination among the congregation. Priests spoke of their transgressions, warning that the watchers' insatiable curiosity and desire could lead to humanity's doom. A sense of dread hung over the pews like a dark cloud, a constant reminder that the divine was ever watchful, yet deeply troubled by its own creations. As the candles flickered low, a group of villagers gathered in a dimly lit tavern, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of the hearth. They shared tales of strange happenings in the fields, of shadows flitting between the trees, and of whispers carried on the night breeze. The watchers, an old woman murmured, her voice trembling with both fear and reverence. They walk among us, unseen but ever present. The villagers exchanged nervous glances, their hearts racing with the thrill of the unknown. Had the Watchers returned to fulfill their lingering desires or to warn humanity of impending doom? In the silence that followed, the tension thickened, heavy with the weight of belief and superstition. Could the Watchers, lost in their yearning, still possess the power to alter fate? Or were they merely reflections of humanity's own failings, a mirror showing the darkness that dwelled within? The very idea sent shivers down their spines, a chill that felt like the breath of the otherworldly, reminding them that every choice carried a consequence. As the night wore on, the stories grew more intense, each tale building on the last, like a wave swelling before it crashes upon the shore. The Watchers were not just figures of myth. They were part of a larger cosmic struggle, a battle between light and darkness, knowledge and ignorance. The villagers felt the pulse of history thrumming in their veins, a connection to the past that transcended time. They understood that the Watchers were not simply fallen angels. They were a reflection of humanity's own desires, vulnerabilities, and eternal quest for understanding. In the shadows of the chapel, a young monk, cloistered away from the world, wrestled with his own thoughts. He was torn between the teachings of the church and the allure of the forbidden knowledge the Watchers once sought. As he read the ancient texts, he felt a magnetic pull towards the stories of their rebellion, his heart racing at the thought of forbidden power. He envisioned the Watchers standing atop the mountains, gazing down upon the world with longing. They were not just angels who had fallen. They were seekers, dreamers, and ultimately, tragic figures in a cosmic drama. The monk's fingers trembled as he traced the lines of the parchment, his mind spinning with the implications of their choices. Was it wrong to desire knowledge? To seek understanding beyond what was deemed acceptable? He felt the weight of centuries resting upon his shoulders, a burden shared by countless others who had dared to question the divine. The Watchers had become a symbol of hope and despair, a reminder that even the purest of intentions could lead to ruin. Outside, the moon shone brightly, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape. In the distance, a figure stood alone, silhouetted against the night sky. It was a Watcher, its presence palpable, an echo of all that was lost and all that could be gained. The villagers, unaware of the celestial being's gaze, continued their raucous tales, their laughter mingling with the whispers of the wind. The Watcher listened, its heart heavy with longing and regret, caught in the web of human emotion. The story spun on, a tapestry of triumph and tragedy, threading the fears and desires of all who dared to share. The villagers felt the weight of the Watcher's gaze upon them, a reminder that their actions had consequences, that they were never truly alone. Each choice echoed in the void, resonating through the ages. The past and present collided, forming a bridge between the two, where the Watchers lingered, watching, waiting, forever entwined in the fate of humanity. The monk, lost in contemplation, envisioned a world where the Watchers could find redemption, where knowledge was not feared but embraced. He felt a fire ignite within him, a desire to break free from the chains of dogma and to seek understanding for himself. Little did he know, the Watchers watched with hope, yearning for a chance to guide the lost and the curious, to mend the rift between heaven and earth. As the night deepened, the stories crescendoed into a fever pitch, the tavern filled with both dread and excitement. The mingling of fears and hopes created a palpable energy, binding the villagers together in their shared fate. The Watchers, both feared and revered, were ever present, a haunting reminder that the line between divine and human was as thin as the flickering flame of the candle that illuminated their tales. And in that moment, as the laughter faded and the shadows lengthened, the tension remained thick in the air, a promise of more to come, a story that was far from over. In a shadowy corner of Florence, a flickering candle illuminated the grim face of a man hunched over parchment. The fragrance of oil and wax mingled with the dusty air, whispering tales of dreams and despair. This was no ordinary night. The weight of history pressed down on the shoulders of those who dared to imagine the impossible. The Renaissance had awoken something profound in humanity, and the Watchers, those ancient beings, caught between heaven and earth, were about to be reimagined, pulled from the pages of myth and into the vivid tapestry of reality. Giovanni, an artist whose hands danced with the spirit of creation, held a paintbrush like a sword. His heart raced as visions of ethereal beings filled his mind. The Watchers, once distant and cold, now shimmered with humanity, their faces reflecting the joys and sorrows of the world below. The legends told of their descent. Banished from grace for gazing too long upon the beauty of the world they were forbidden to touch. They had seen humanity's plight, felt its pain, and now they were yearning to reconnect, to guide, and to heal. Giovanni's brush began its dance, rendering those divine figures with eyes filled with hope and anguish, hearts aching with a longing that transcended time. Across the city, in a grand workshop where marble dust swirled like whispers of the past, a sculptor named Alessandra chiseled away at a block of stone. Each strike of her hammer was a heartbeat, a testament to her passion. She envisioned the Watchers not as mere observers but as protectors, guardians of a world teetering on the brink of despair. Each curve and swell in the marble depicted their struggle, wings spread wide, as if yearning to embrace the very souls they had come to adore. As she chipped away the stone, she could almost hear their voices, echoing through centuries, begging to be understood, to be loved. Amidst the lively streets filled with laughter and chaos, a scholar named Luca pored over dusty tomes in the dim light of his study. He had spent years searching for traces of the Watchers in ancient texts, piecing together fragments of their stories like a puzzle that refused to yield its secrets. The more he read, the more he felt their presence, as if the shadows cast by flickering candlelight were merely the remnants of their flight. The Watchers were not just figments of a distant past. They were a part of humanity's very essence, woven into the fabric of history. Could he bring them back through words, give them voices that would resonate with the hearts of men? One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the city in hues of gold and crimson, Giovanni, Alessandra, and Luca found themselves together in a hidden courtyard, a sanctuary steeped in the beauty of nature. Beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient oak, they shared their visions, the air thick with excitement and uncertainty. Each word they spoke seemed to awaken the spirits of the Watchers, their laughter mingling with the rustling leaves, a reminder of the connection that bound them all. In that moment, time ceased to exist. They felt the pulse of the earth beneath their feet, a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the Watchers. Strangely, an overwhelming sense of purpose ignited within them. If the Watchers were to be reimagined, it was not just for art or knowledge. It was a calling, a mission to bridge the chasm between the celestial and the earthly. Yet, as they delved deeper into their work, shadows gathered, darkening their canvas like a storm gathering on the horizon. Whispers of doubt began to creep into their hearts. What if their interpretations angered the Watchers? What if their efforts to humanize these ethereal beings resulted in tragedy? Each brushstroke, each chisel against stone, became a battle against fear and uncertainty. The pressure to get it right loomed like thunderclouds threatening to burst. As if sensing their turmoil, the winds shifted, carrying a cool breeze that brushed against their skin. The leaves rustled with a life of their own, and for a fleeting moment, the trio felt the presence of the Watchers enveloping them, urging them to press on. In that charged atmosphere, Giovanni's brush flew across the canvas. Alessandra's hammer struck with renewed vigor, and Luca's pen flowed with fervor that could not be contained. The days turned into weeks, and with each passing moment, their creations grew bolder, more vibrant. The Watchers emerged in ways never seen before, vulnerable yet powerful, lost yet searching. Their eyes, once cold and indifferent, now glimmered with passion and longing. They were not just observers. They were part of a greater narrative, one that intertwined with the struggles of humanity, echoing the themes of love, betrayal, and redemption that shaped the Renaissance. But even as their work flourished, the skies darkened. An artist's rival, consumed by envy and pride, sought to undermine their efforts. He spread poisonous rumors, claiming their reimaginings were sacrilegious, that the Watchers should remain untouched, forever distant. The city, once a haven of creativity, began to fracture, caught between admiration and fear, wonder and condemnation. As the three friends stood before their creations during a grand exhibition in the heart of Florence, the atmosphere crackled with tension. The crowd, a mix of eager patrons and skeptical critics, buzzed like bees around a hive. Would the Watchers accept their transformation, or would the heavens retaliate? The unveiling was not just a display of art. It was a declaration of their defiance against the silence imposed by history. Giovanni, Alessandra, and Luca exchanged anxious glances, the weight of their work pressing down like the very stone Alessandra had carved. The moment hung in the air, thick with anticipation. As the curtains slowly drew back, gasps echoed through the crowd, and silence fell like a shroud. The Watchers had not just come to life. They had become symbols of hope, freedom, and the unbreakable bond between the divine and the mortal. But the air crackled with a different energy as the first murmurs of dissent rippled through the audience. The rival's voice rose above the rest, powerful and cutting. These creations mock the true nature of the Watchers. They must remain as they were, a cautionary tale, not to be humanized. Anger ignited in the hearts of Giovanni, Alessandra, and Luca, but beneath that anger lay something even more profound. A deep understanding that the battle for the Watchers was just beginning. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow across the cobblestone streets of Paris, the air buzzed with whispers of revolution and revelation. People gathered in salons, their faces illuminated by the flickering candlelight, each heartbeat echoing with the pulse of new ideas. But beyond the laughter and spirited debates, a chilling presence lingered in the shadows, unseen yet ever watchful. The Watchers, they called them, enigmatic figures entwined in the very fabric of society, keeping an eye on the shifting tides of thought and belief during this age of enlightenment. In the smoky corners of crowded taverns, students and philosophers spoke fervently of liberty, reason, and the rights of man, their voices rising in a crescendo that threatened to break the silence of centuries past. But as they raised their glasses to toast progress, a lingering unease crept through the air. It was as if invisible eyes were scrutinizing every word, every idea taking flight. The Watchers observed with quiet intensity, their motives cloaked in mystery. Were they guardians of truth or harbingers of chaos? Among the throngs of intellectuals stood a young woman named Eloise, her spirit ignited by the fervor of the times. She passionately debated the nature of government and the rights of the individual, her voice trembling with a mixture of hope and fear. Each time she spoke of freedom, a shiver coursed down her spine, as though the Watchers themselves stirred in response. What was it that they wanted? Were they simply observers, or did they manipulate the very thoughts that danced in her mind? Across the Seine, in a dimly lit office, a man named Jean scribbled feverishly in his journal. An avid supporter of the Enlightenment, he yearned to share his ideas with the world. Yet, as he penned his words, a shadow passed by the window. He froze, feeling the weight of unseen eyes upon him. The Watchers, he thought, unsettled by the possibility that someone might be monitoring his every move. They were not mere myths but a haunting reality that loomed over those who dared to challenge the status quo. As the months rolled on, the tension in the air thickened. The Watchers became a part of the conversation, a spectral presence that haunted the intellectual gatherings. Men and women, once eager to voice their opinions, began to speak in hushed tones, their laughter stifled by the fear of being watched. Eloise, ever the firebrand, refused to be silenced. But every time she stood to speak, a chill ran through the room, a reminder that the Watchers were always near. One fateful evening, Eloise was invited to a clandestine meeting in a hidden chamber beneath the old stone cathedral. The flicker of candlelight danced on the walls as a group of passionate thinkers gathered, their faces a mix of excitement and dread. They were determined to discuss the future, to challenge the Watchers. But as the clock struck midnight, a sudden silence fell over the room, and the air grew heavy with anticipation. It was as if the very walls were listening, the shadows deepening around them. From the darkness, a figure emerged. Tall and cloaked in black, he commanded attention. His voice was low and smooth, each word dripped with authority. "You speak of freedom, yet you are bound by fear," he intoned. his eyes glimmering with an unsettling light. The Watchers, he claimed, were not merely observers. They held the keys to destiny. To challenge them is to invite chaos into your lives. Eloise's heart raced as she listened. Was this man one of them? A Watcher? She felt a surge of defiance. "Then let chaos come," she exclaimed, her voice echoing in the chamber. "We cannot live in fear of shadows." The room erupted in a mix of gasps and murmurs, her words igniting a spark of courage in the faces around her. But the cloaked figure only smiled, a slow, knowing smile that sent chills down her spine. "Your spirit is commendable, but know this: the Watchers see all. Every thought, every whisper. You tread a dangerous path." Outside, the wind howled through the streets, rattling the window panes as if urging the gathering to reconsider their resolve. Yet Eloise felt a fire within her that could not be extinguished. She realized that the Watchers thrived on fear, but what if they could be confronted with unyielding determination? Days turned into weeks, and whispers of rebellion began to echo through the streets of Paris. The Watchers could sense the shift, and their presence grew ever more palpable. Eloise, now a leader among her peers, felt both empowered and terrified. Each meeting was charged with energy, the tension rising like a storm ready to break. Then came the fateful night when the tension snapped. The skies were dark, and the city seemed to hold its breath as a crowd gathered in the square. People clutched banners and shouted for justice, for truth. Eloise stood at the forefront, her heart pounding in rhythm with the chants of the masses. But in the shadows, a pair of eyes watched, cold and calculating. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the air, a gunshot reverberating like thunder. Panic erupted as people scrambled, fear turning their resolve to chaos. Eloise felt a hand grasp her tightly, pulling her out of the line of fire. It was Jean, his face pale yet fierce. "We can't let them intimidate us," he shouted over the din. "We must stand together." But as they regrouped, a chilling realization settled over them like a fog. The Watchers were not just passive observers. They had the power to incite fear and division, to turn allies against each other. The very fabric of their movement was under siege. As the crowd began to disperse, Eloise clung to hope, yet fear gnawed at her insides. She understood that the Watchers were machines of manipulation, and now they were reaching into the hearts of the very revolutionaries who sought change. The battle was not just for ideas. It was a battle for the soul of a generation. With the night growing darker and the stakes rising higher, Eloise and Jean exchanged determined glances. They had to fight back, to rally their friends, to push through the fear that threatened to paralyze them. The Watchers were powerful, yes, but they could not extinguish the fire of hope burning within those who dared to dream of a new world. As the dawn broke over Paris, casting rays of light on the remnants of the night's chaos, a new determination welled within them. They would confront the Watchers, not with weapons or threats, but with the strength of their voices. They would not be silenced. The fight for enlightenment had only just begun. The shadows were thickening, but with every heartbeat, they edged closer to the truth. The night was thick with anticipation, an almost electric hum that danced in the air as the moon cast its silvery glow over a gathering of souls, each clutching onto their beliefs like lifebuoys in a churning sea. Shadows flickered, blending with soft murmurs that rose from the crowd, where hopes and fears intertwined. There was talk of celestial beings, Watchers from above, spirits lingering at the edges of human consciousness, and a promise that kept hearts racing with excitement or dread. These Watchers, some said, were the sentinels of a cosmic order, observing and judging, waiting for the moment when humanity would finally awaken to their divine presence. Among the gathered throng stood a woman named Miriam, her heart pounding in rhythm with the whispers of the night. Just weeks ago, she had stumbled upon an old, dusty tome in a forgotten corner of her grandmother's attic. The book spoke of Watchers, those ancient beings who, according to some, had descended from the heavens to guide and guard humanity. The tales, woven with the fabric of history, spoke of their involvement in the rise and fall of civilizations, their unseen hands shaping the destiny of mankind. Miriam could hardly believe it, yet her soul stirred with an undeniable yearning for something beyond the mundane, something that felt monumental. As stories unfurled among the crowd, a chill swept through the air, and eyes turned skyward, searching for signs. The Watchers, many believed, had returned, manifesting in ways that were both subtle and profound. Some spoke of miraculous healings, others of prophetic dreams that blurred the lines between reality and the divine. A man named Samuel, with wild hair and bright eyes, took center stage. He spoke passionately, voice booming like thunder, igniting a fire in the hearts of those listening. He claimed to have been visited by a Watcher, a being cloaked in radiant light, who revealed secrets about the future and the imminent transformation of humanity. The crowd gasped, a wave of disbelief mixed with hope washing over them. Could it be true? Were these Watchers really among them, guiding them toward enlightenment, or were they merely figments of a collective imagination, fear and desire manifesting as divine encounters? Miriam felt the weight of the question settle in her chest, a heavy stone that refused to budge. The allure of the unknown danced in her mind, whispering promises of hidden truths waiting to be unearthed. In the following days, Miriam and others began gathering regularly, their discussions evolving into fervent rituals. Under the veil of twilight, they lit candles and chanted, calling out to the Watchers, begging for a sign, a signal that they were not alone. Their voices echoed in the stillness, weaving a tapestry of yearning that stretched into the night sky. The Watchers, they believed, were listening. With each gathering, the energy grew, a palpable force that gripped their hearts and souls. It was exhilarating, intoxicating, and terrifying all at once. Then came the visions. For some, they arrived as vivid dreams that turned the mundane into the extraordinary. Colors more vibrant, emotions more intense. For others, the visions manifested in waking hours, flashes of light or shadow that danced just out of sight. Miriam's nights became filled with restlessness, as she lay awake, waiting for the beckoning call of those celestial beings. What did they want from her? What were they trying to reveal? One fateful evening, while the group gathered in a circle beneath the ancient oak tree, an otherworldly chill swept through the air, freezing their breath in their lungs. Samuel stood among them, eyes glistening with fervor. "They are coming," he proclaimed. "The Watchers are among us, and they demand our attention." His voice trembled with an energy so raw it seemed to vibrate the very ground beneath their feet. "We must prepare ourselves for the truth that is to come." Miriam's pulse quickened, a mixture of fear and excitement coursing through her veins. Could they truly be on the brink of something monumental? The Watchers felt closer than ever, their presence looming in the atmosphere, like the tension before a storm. She closed her eyes, praying for clarity, for guidance. What was her role in this unfolding drama? A singular thought pierced through the chaos. She was chosen, just like the others, to be a conduit for the Watcher's will. Days turned into weeks, and the fervor only intensified. Miriam found herself drifting deeper into the world of the Watchers, poring over texts that spoke of their history, the ancient Sumerians, the mysterious Nephilim, and the whispers of the Essenes. Each story pulled her in, creating a tapestry rich with wonder and dread. The allure of the Watchers, beings who straddled the line between the divine and the human, was intoxicating. They were the guardians of knowledge, the harbingers of change, and yet their motives remained shrouded in mystery. As the group grew larger, so did the tension. Friendships frayed, hearts ached, and questions lingered like ghosts in the corners of their minds. Some began to claim authority, insisting they alone could interpret the Watchers' messages. Arguments erupted, echoing late into the night, as doubt took root among the faithful. Miriam watched, her heart heavy with the realization that their beautiful tapestry was beginning to unravel. The Watchers, it seemed, brought both light and shadow, a duality that was impossible to ignore. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, a figure appeared at the edge of the gathering. Silence fell like a blanket, smothering the tension. The newcomer stepped into the flickering candlelight, revealing a face marked by a knowing smile. "I have come with a message from the Watchers," she said, her voice resonating with an otherworldly charm that sent shivers down Miriam's spine. In that moment, the air thickened, charged with an energy so profound it felt almost alive. The Watchers had spoken and the world shifted. The tension lingered, heavy with unspoken fears and wild hopes. Everything hung in balance, teetering on the edge of revelation, drawing them into an abyss from which there would be no return. The night stretched on, filled with anxious hearts and fervent whispers, as the promise of the Watchers loomed, enticing yet terrifying. And deep inside, Miriam felt a call, a pull toward something unknown, a journey that had only just begun. The night was dark, with an eerie stillness that wrapped around the world like a thick fog. A faint flicker of light broke through the shadows, an unsettling, unshakable glow emanating from ancient scrolls, whispered about in hushed tones, laden with secrets too heavy for mere mortals to bear. These scrolls spoke of the Watchers, ethereal beings that hovered over humanity, observing, waiting, and sometimes intervening. Their eyes, said to be like deep pools of wisdom, sparked curiosity and dread in equal measure, capturing the imagination of countless generations. As the clock struck midnight, a group of friends huddled together in a dimly lit room, the faint glow of a single candle casting dancing shadows on the walls. They were captivated by stories that had woven themselves into the fabric of culture and art, tales that turned their very breaths to whispers. From the ancient texts of the Book of Enoch, where the Watchers descended to Earth, taking human wives and begetting giants, to contemporary films where they morphed into superheroes or terrifying foes, these beings had left their mark across centuries, shifting seamlessly between myth and reality. Every flick of a page, every pause in the storytelling, sent shivers down their spines. Tales of the Watchers had not only intrigued scholars but had inspired artists and filmmakers, each interpreting the essence of these enigmatic figures in their unique styles. The Watchers haunted the edges of horror films, their inscrutable motives driving suspense to a fever pitch. In one chilling scene, a figure stood silhouetted against a full moon, eyes aglow, watching over unsuspecting victims. The audience left to wonder, were they protectors or predators? The friends leaned in, hearts racing, as they recalled the haunting melody that accompanied the Watchers in a popular TV series. Each note seemed to echo the tension of their existence, a sonic representation of anticipation and dread. These beings, portrayed not just as omnipotent Watchers, but as guardians of ancient knowledge, tangled their destinies with humanity, making them both allies and adversaries. The stories carried a weight that kept the friends on edge, reflecting an age-old fear, the struggle between free will and predestination. In the world of literature, the Watchers found themselves in novels that explored the thin veil between the celestial and the earthly, where characters grappled with their own choices in the shadow of these eternal beings. The pages were filled with vibrant descriptions of celestial battles and moral dilemmas, wrapping the reader in a blanket of thrill and contemplation. Each twist and turn of the plot revealed deeper truths about humanity's desires, fears, and imperfections. As the friends shared their thoughts, one recalled a graphic novel that depicted the Watchers as dark, feathered entities, embodying both beauty and terror. Each illustration was a masterpiece, capturing the duality of their nature. The haunting gaze of a Watcher could both soothe a troubled heart and send it racing with fear. The art was so vivid, it felt as if the Watchers could leap from the pages, their whispers beckoning the reader into the unknown. Suddenly, the candle flickered ominously, casting a strange glow that made the shadows dance wildly. They gasped, a collective shiver running through them, as if the Watchers themselves were present, observing their reactions. It was a reminder of how deeply these narratives had penetrated their souls, how the stories of the Watchers still resonated in the modern psyche. The friends felt an electric thrill, a tangible link to the past, where ancient legends met contemporary fears. A chill swept through the room, and one friend recounted a recent blockbuster film where the Watchers took on the guise of alien beings, descending from the skies to guide humanity through its darkest moments. The line between savior and destroyer blurred as the plot unfolded, making the viewers question the true intentions of these celestial observers. Each twist in the film mirrored the complexity of human nature, our yearning for guidance juxtaposed with the fear of being controlled. As the night wore on, they discussed how the theme of the Watchers was not merely confined to entertainment. It had seeped into the very fabric of our culture. From music videos that incorporated celestial imagery to fashion that drew inspiration from ancient symbols, the Watchers were everywhere, lurking in the corners of modern life. Their motifs adorned walls, screens, and hearts, binding humanity with an ancient thread that felt both familiar and strange. But the stories weren't only about the Watchers' influence on humanity. They were also reflections of humanity itself. The friends pondered how these narratives echoed our inherent need for connection, understanding, and even redemption. The Watchers, in all their mystery, symbolized something deeper, a longing for something greater than ourselves, a desire for guidance amidst chaos and confusion. As laughter filled the air, accompanied by the occasional jump at the flickering shadows, they began to tell personal tales of feeling watched, of moments when they sensed an unseen presence. These intimate confessions intertwined with the stories of the Watchers, creating a rich tapestry of fear and fascination. Each tale ignited something within them, igniting a collective curiosity that threatened to erupt into chaos. Suddenly, the tension in the room shifted as one friend suggested they delve into the world of video games, where the Watchers had found a new home. In immersive environments, players encountered these celestial beings, sometimes as mentors guiding their paths, other times as formidable foes challenging their skills. The stakes felt higher, as the players were not merely spectators but active participants in a dance that blurred the lines between destiny and choice. The thrill of adventure resonated within them, each quest a reminder of humanity's eternal struggle against fate. With every passing moment, the candle's flame flickered low, threatening to extinguish. It was a metaphor for the waning connection to ancient truths in an ever-evolving world. The friends clung to their stories, to the laughter, to each other, as if holding onto a fragile thread that tethered them to the wisdom of the past. The Watchers, they realized, were more than stories. They were reflections of themselves, their fears, their hopes, and their unending quest for meaning. The air grew thick with anticipation, the candle flame flickering defiantly as the shadows danced more wildly, casting an unearthly glow that whispered of secrets yet to be shared. Their hearts raced, not just from the tales but from the realization that the legacy of the Watchers was far from over. In every story told, in every heart stirred, their essence lived on, an eternal reminder that in the vast universe, we are never truly alone. In the stillness of a moonless night, the sky stretched endlessly above, a canvas so vast it seemed to pulse with secrets. Stars twinkled like distant eyes watching, waiting. Underneath this cosmic tapestry, a group of individuals stared up, their hearts pounding with a mix of fear and excitement. They were searching for something beyond the mundane, something that lay just beyond the veil of reality, a glimpse of the Watchers. Throughout history, the notion of extraterrestrial beings observing humanity has flickered like a candle in the dark. From ancient civilizations to modern-day whistleblowers, the idea persists. We are not alone. The ancients spoke of gods descending from the heavens, their craft glinting in the sun. The Sumerians had their Anunnaki, the Egyptians worshipped their sky gods, and the Native Americans told tales of star people. Each story, rich with emotion, hints at a truth that has lingered in the shadows for millennia. Fast forward to the 20th century, when the world was on the brink of great change. The air crackled with the energy of the unknown as fighter pilots reported strange, fast-moving objects in the sky. Newspapers splashed headlines about flying saucers, and suddenly, the Watchers were not just myth but a growing reality. The Roswell incident in 1947 sent shockwaves through the nation, igniting imaginations and fears alike. Was it a weather balloon, as the government claimed, or something more sinister? The questions festered, creating a fertile ground for conspiracy theories to thrive. As decades rolled by, whispers of UFO sightings and government cover-ups became a chilling soundtrack to modern life. The 1970s brought reports from all corners of the globe, with ordinary people claiming to encounter beings from beyond. Each story was laced with tension and awe, elevating the mundane into something extraordinary. These witnesses, once skeptics, now stood on the precipice of a truth they never thought possible. When they looked into the sky, they felt the weight of the watchers looming above them, a presence that stirred the very core of their beings. In the 1990s, the internet blossomed, allowing the floodgates of information to burst open. A tapestry of stories, photographs, and videos wove together a narrative that was both thrilling and terrifying. Theories multiplied like wildfire. Were these beings benevolent explorers or harbingers of doom? With each new sighting, a fresh wave of speculation crashed over the world. The question loomed larger than life. What did they want from us? Yet, beneath the sensationalism lay a haunting truth. The idea of being watched, of existing under the scrutiny of unseen eyes, sent shivers down spines. Every flicker in the night sky, every unexplained noise in the dark, became a reminder that humanity is but a small player on a grand stage. Those who dared to look into the abyss felt its cold breath on their necks. The government's relationship with UFOs transformed dramatically. As the decades progressed, declassified documents revealed a chilling dance between secrecy and revelation. The Pentagon acknowledged the existence of unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, fueling theories that perhaps, just perhaps, there was something to these stories. The truth felt tantalizingly close, yet always just out of reach. What did the government know? Why the silence? The more one searched, the more questions emerged like ghosts in the night. The advent of the internet birthed communities of believers and skeptics, each armed with theories and counter-theories. What if the Watchers were merely an advanced civilization, studying humanity as we study ants? Or what if they were our creators, returning to check on their experiment? A swirl of ideas mingled with fear, excitement, and a sense of impending revelation that seemed to echo in the air. Among these stories, there lingered a sense of urgency, a feeling that the truth was closer than it had ever been. The people who had witnessed these phenomena felt a duty to share their experiences, their voices trembling with the weight of their revelations. With every testimony, the fabric of reality seemed to fray, opening new portals of thought. What if the beings watching us were trying to communicate, to warn us, or perhaps to guide us toward a future we could only dream of? As modern technology advanced, so too did the tools for observation. The introduction of smartphones and cameras allowed anyone to capture the ephemeral moments of skywatching. Every blurry image and shaky video ignited discussions and debates. Was it a drone, a weather balloon, or a genuine encounter with the Watchers? The tension between belief and skepticism reached fever pitch, each side desperate for validation. Yet, there was a softer side to the fervor. Families gathered under starlit skies, sharing stories and dreams, igniting imaginations not just about life beyond Earth, but about a shared existence. The Watchers became a metaphor for belonging to something larger, an exploration of the human spirit. Each sighting sparked hope, fear, and wonder, intertwining lives across the globe in a tapestry woven with mystery. The stories continued to flow, each more riveting than the last, of people disappearing only to reappear years later, their minds filled with memories not of this world. Whispers of government conspiracies and hidden agendas added layers of intrigue to the narrative, like a masterful artist adding depth to a canvas. Each story was a thread, each thread woven together, creating an intricate web that pulled at the heartstrings of humanity. As the decades rolled on, the Watchers remained ever elusive, a haunting reminder that the quest for truth is never-ending. With every revelation, the question of who or what watches from the shadows grew more profound. The skies remained a stage, and humanity, caught between fear and hope, played its part with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Those who gazed upward in search of answers could feel the invisible connection to the Watchers, an electric charge that sparked their imaginations and kept their hearts racing. The night sky, a vast ocean of possibilities, whispered promises of understanding, yet held onto its secrets with a fierce grip. And so, under that starry expanse, the quest continued, forever entwined with the emotions of those who dare to dream. On a crisp autumn night, the stars blinked down from the sky like ancient eyes watching over the earth, holding secrets that had been buried for millennia. The chill in the air danced with the whispers of long-ago civilizations, where stories of celestial beings and mysterious visitors intertwined with the fabric of human history. These beings, often referred to as the Watchers, have sparked the imagination of countless generations, igniting a flame of fascination that refuses to be extinguished. In ancient texts, stories of the Watchers emerge, beings who descended from the heavens, bringing with them knowledge, technology, and a vision that would shape the destiny of humanity. The Book of Enoch, a non-canonical text from the 2nd century BCE, unfolds a tale that is both haunting and mesmerizing. It speaks of angels who fell from grace, seduced by the beauty of human women, and decided to walk among mortals. These Watchers, so named for their vigilant oversight, shared forbidden knowledge, sacred secrets that were not meant for humankind. Visions of flying chariots and divine encounters flood the mind as one recalls the ancient Sumerians, who carved tales of sky gods into stone tablets. Their pantheon included figures like the god Anu, who ruled over the heavens, and Enlil, who was believed to control the winds. Could these be the Watchers? Was there a time when the heavens opened, and beings from the stars graced the earth with their presence? The feeling of awe mixes with a sense of foreboding as one considers the implications of such encounters. Turning to the pyramids of Egypt, one cannot help but tremble at the thought of the knowledge that must have been exchanged in the shadow of those great stone giants. As the sun rises over the Giza Plateau, casting rays of gold upon the limestone, an echo of the past resonates in the air. Could it be that these architectural wonders were not merely tombs for pharaohs but beacons or landing sites for otherworldly visitors? The precision with which they were constructed speaks of knowledge beyond that of ordinary men, hinting at a cosmic blueprint that binds us to the stars. The ancient astronaut hypothesis looms large, proposing that beings from other worlds may have influenced our ancestors, guiding their development and imparting wisdom. The thought sends shivers down the spine. What if the myths of gods descending from the sky were rooted in reality? What if zealous scribes, writing all those centuries ago, were documenting something far more than mere fantasy? Each cave painting, every tablet inscribed with cuneiform, begs the question, who truly were these Watchers? As the narrative unfolds, one can't escape the chilling possibility that these divine beings were not merely benevolent guides. The stories warn of consequences. When the Watchers defied their celestial orders, their punishment was severe. Bound to the earth, they became the harbingers of chaos. The echoes of their transgressions linger in the air, a reminder that with great power comes great responsibility. The tension builds as one questions whether the knowledge imparted was a gift or a curse. In far-flung places like the Andes Mountains, the Nazca lines stretch across the desert floor, massive geoglyphs that can only be fully appreciated from the sky. These intricate designs, depicting animals, plants, and geometric shapes, raise eyebrows and provoke wonder. Did ancient people create these symbols as messages to the Watchers? The thought is intoxicating. Were they attempting to communicate with beings from the stars, pleading for guidance, or perhaps warning others of their presence? Each line etched into the earth holds a story, one that may never be fully understood. The ancient Egyptians, with their intricate hieroglyphs, left behind fragments of wisdom that tantalize the curious mind. Tales of Osiris, Isis, and Horus are not just stories. They are a testament to the influence of the cosmos on human affairs. What if these deities were the Watchers themselves, stepping down from celestial realms to teach the people of the Nile? The idea sends a thrill through the spirit, igniting a yearning for connection with those who came before. Then there are the legends of the Anunnaki, the Sumerian deities who descended to Earth and shaped humanity. They are portrayed as gods of immense power, yet their motivations remain shrouded in mystery. Were they creators or were they conquerors? The clash between worship and rebellion echoes through the ages, and one can't help but feel the weight of history pressing down, urging to be understood. The air hums with the energy of questions left unanswered, and each moment feels pregnant with possibility. As one stands at the precipice of these stories, the specter of doubt creeps in. Are these tales mere fabrications spun from the imagination of ancient peoples, or do they hint at something profoundly true? The skepticism weighs heavily, yet the thrill of the unknown pulls ever stronger. Each account, each whisper from the past, beckons to be heard. Every ancient monument, every faded painting, speaks of encounters that defy logic and transcend time. The night deepens, and with it, the mysteries only deepen. The watchers linger in the shadows, their presence felt but unseen, waiting for the moment when humanity is ready to embrace the truth of its origins. As the stars swirl overhead like a cosmic tapestry, the sense of connection to something greater than oneself surges. Threads of history intertwine, linking the past to the present in a dance of wonder and terror. An eternal cycle of seeking and knowing, of striving and understanding. In this moment, the air crackles with anticipation, pregnant with the weight of ancient knowledge and the thrill of impending discovery. The watchers remain, enigmatic and ever-present, urging humanity to look beyond the veil of the ordinary, to question the lore passed down through generations. The truth, shimmering just out of reach, invites every curious soul to peer into the abyss, where the line between myth and reality blurs, and the stories of the past begin to breathe life anew. A chilling wind swept through the ancient ruins of a forgotten city, carrying whispers of long-lost souls. There, beneath the weight of history, stood the watchers, silent, stony figures with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of every secret ever told. What did they see? What did they know? The air crackled with the tension of unsaid words, emotions thick like fog. Each watcher, a sentinel of time, was not merely a monument but a reminder of a deeper reality, one that beckoned to be acknowledged, yet remained shrouded in shadows. As dusk fell, the sun cast elongated shadows on the ground, stirring memories of past civilizations that had risen and fallen like waves upon a shore. These were people who had loved, wept, and fought, their passions and fears woven into the very fabric of existence. Each watcher, carved from stone, seemed to embody a fragment of that collective psyche, a reflection of humanity's unending quest for understanding. The air was electric with a lingering dread, a palpable sense of foreboding that settled over the onlookers like a heavy blanket. Fear and fascination danced together, creating a symphony of emotions. What lay beneath the surface? With every heartbeat, the question echoed. Were they protectors, or were they something far more sinister? Their gaze seemed to follow the living, not with malice but with an unsettling curiosity, as if they were cataloging every fleeting moment of human existence. In the heart of this eerie tableau, a scholar named Alara stood transfixed. She had dedicated her life to studying the Watchers, her mind a whirlwind of ideas and theories. Could these figures truly be observers of the human experience? Did they catalog every joy, every sorrow, every fleeting moment? The thought sent shivers down her spine, igniting a fire of both dread and excitement. Each stone face seemed to hold an unspoken promise, an invitation to question the very nature of existence. As she wandered through the remnants of the city, Alara felt the weight of centuries pressing down upon her. Walls adorned with faded murals depicted scenes of love and betrayal, laughter and despair, emotions that echoed through time, resonating within her own heart. Would the Watchers weep for the lives lost? Did they celebrate the fleeting moments of beauty? A flicker of doubt crept into her mind. Were they simply observers, or were they complicit in the cycles of pain and joy that defined humanity? Then came the night when the candles flickered low, casting shadows that danced like phantoms on the stone walls. Alara gathered with a group of fellow scholars in the very ruins that had captivated her imagination. They spoke in hushed tones, their voices laced with the thrill of discovery and the weight of uncertainty. Each theory tossed into the air was met with nods of agreement, punctuated by the occasional gasp of realization. Yet beneath the scholarly chatter lay a current of tension, an unacknowledged fear of what the Watchers truly represented. An elder among them recounted tales of ancient rites, where villagers would leave offerings at the foot of the Watchers, pleading for guidance or forgiveness. "They are not just stones," he said, his voice laced with reverence. "They are the keepers of our stories, the guardians of our truths." But as he spoke, Alara felt a chill creep into her bones. Could it be that the Watchers bore witness not only to human frailty but also to humanity's darkest impulses? In that moment, the air turned thick with unspoken questions. What if the Watchers had seen it all, the betrayals, the greed, the violence? The very fabric of society woven with the threads of human flaws. The group's conversations grew more fervent, spiraling into arguments that raised the stakes higher. It became clear that the Watchers were not mere statues. They were mirrors reflecting the darkest corners of the human soul. As the night deepened, the atmosphere thickened with an almost tangible dread. Alara could feel the weight of the Watchers' gaze, as if they were silently demanding answers, demanding accountability. A sense of urgency washed over her, igniting a desperate need to understand what truths lay hidden in their unblinking stares. With each passing moment, she realized that the questions were not merely academic. They were personal, echoing within her own experiences and fears. Suddenly, a thunderous crack broke the tension, startling everyone into silence. The earth trembled beneath their feet, and the Watchers seemed to sway, their stone forms shifting as if awakened from centuries of slumber. Gasps filled the air as the realization dawned. The Watchers had been watching not just the world around them, but the world within. The emotional turmoil of humanity was palpable, and in that moment, the scholars became acutely aware of their own vulnerabilities, their own scars, laid bare under the weighty gaze of the Watchers. Alara's heart raced as she stood on the precipice of revelation. Perhaps the Watchers were not just observers or protectors. Perhaps they were a reflection of humanity's own psyche, embodying the struggle between light and darkness that existed within each person. What if, in their silence, they demanded humanity to confront its own truths, to acknowledge the pain, to embrace the beauty, and to find meaning in the chaos? With each heartbeat, the ground beneath them pulsed with an urgency that mirrored their racing thoughts. The Watchers called out, not with words but through the raw intensity of emotional truth. As Alara's mind swirled with possibilities, she could almost hear the echoes of the past whispering in her ears, urging her to dig deeper, to confront the very essence of what it means to be human. The air crackled with the electric charge of realization. This was just the beginning. The Watchers had much more to reveal, their silent stories begging to be told. Just as they had watched, they were waiting for humanity to rise to the challenge, to face the shadows lurking within. As anticipation hung heavy in the air, Alara understood that the true exploration of the Watchers had only just begun, and it was a journey that promised to forever change the way she, and perhaps all of humanity, understood itself. In a dimly lit room filled with the faint smell of incense, a group of seekers gathers, their faces illuminated by the flickering flame of a candle. Whispers of ancient knowledge dance in the air, each one laced with the thrill of secrets long hidden. Among them is a shared fascination. The Watchers, mysterious beings that have slipped through the cracks of history and settled deep within the fabric of contemporary esotericism. For centuries, these enigmatic figures have captivated the hearts and minds of those who dare to seek beyond the veil of the ordinary. Legends tell of their immense power, their ability to influence the fates of humankind, and their unyielding watch over the world. The Watchers were once thought of as celestial beings, tasked with observing human affairs, their eyes ever open and unblinking. They are mentioned in ancient texts like the Book of Enoch, an ethereal tome that weaves a tale of rebellion and sorrow, echoing through the ages with a haunting resonance. As the seekers sit in rapt attention, an old grimoire rests on the table, its pages worn and fragile. The book, a conduit to the past, holds the whispers of those who have come before. It recounts the story of the Watchers, angels who descended to earth, drawn by the beauty of humanity but burdened by the weight of their choices. With each word read aloud, an electric tension builds in the air. The seekers lean in closer, their breaths held as they hang on to every syllable. The Watchers, it is said, were tasked to guide and mentor humanity, but their curiosity led them astray. They fell in love with human women, resulting in the birth of the Nephilim, giants who walked the earth with a mix of power and chaos. The excitement in the room is palpable. They can feel the energy swirling as they recount the tales of these colossal beings, who were both revered and feared. The Nephilim, with their strength, were not just offspring but a reflection of the Watcher's own struggles, a reminder of the consequences of transcending boundaries. The Seekers whisper amongst themselves, each sharing their own interpretations of the Watcher's intentions. Was it love that drove them to abandon their heavenly posts? Or was it an insatiable thirst for knowledge? Questions hang in the air, heavy with the weight of uncertainty. Each one feels a connection to the Watchers, a longing to understand their choices and, in turn, what it means to be human, a mix of light and shadow. One of the Seekers, a young woman with bright, inquisitive eyes, speaks up. "What if the Watchers still walk among us?" she implores, her voice trembling with excitement. "What if their legacy continues to influence our lives today?" The room falls silent, the gravity of her words settling like a thick fog. It's a notion that sends shivers down their spines, the idea that ancient beings may still be watching, guiding, or even manipulating from afar. Outside, the wind howls as if in response, rattling the windows and intensifying the swirling thoughts within. The candle flickers wildly, casting eerie shadows upon the walls, as if the Watchers themselves are present, their watchful eyes surveying the Seekers. The room feels alive with energy, an electric current running through the air, binding them together in this shared moment of revelation. As the night deepens, the Seekers delve into the teachings of the Watchers that have seeped into modern esoteric practices. They speak of rituals and meditations meant to honor these ancient beings, inviting their wisdom into their lives. The young woman recalls a story of a forbidden ritual, one that promises communion with the Watchers. "But it's dangerous," she adds, her voice a whisper, laced with both excitement and fear. "It's said that those who seek their presence may not return unchanged." A chill runs through the group, the allure of the unknown pulling them like a magnet. Each person feels the tug of adventure, the temptation of stepping into the realm where the Watchers dwell. They exchange glances, some filled with trepidation, others with unyielding determination. In this moment, they realize they stand on the precipice of something greater than themselves. The old grimoire continues to reveal the duality of the Watchers, both protectors and harbingers of chaos. They are seen as guardians of wisdom yet are also the architects of humanity's greatest trials. The Seekers can't help but reflect on their own lives, pondering whether they have ever felt the Watchers' influence. A moment of serendipity, a sudden insight, or a brush with fate. These thoughts spiral within them, igniting a fire of urgency and longing for deeper understanding. The candle's flame dances wildly, as if it too is caught in the throes of this emotional storm. Shadows stretch along the walls, taking on forms that tease the imagination. Could they be the Watchers themselves, lingering on the edges of perception? The atmosphere thickens with tension. They are not just discussing legends but daring to confront the unknown. Suddenly, the door creaks open as if beckoned by an unseen force. A gust of wind sweeps into the room, carrying with it the scent of rain and earth. The Seekers exchange nervous glances, their hearts racing. The old grimoire, now vibrating with energy, seems to guide them to a truth they cannot yet grasp. They gather closer, entranced, united in a quest that transcends time and space. The Watchers loom large in their minds, powerful beings whose stories intertwine with their own lives. As they share their hopes, dreams, and fears, it becomes clear that the Watchers are not merely distant observers. They are a part of their very fabric, a thread woven into the tapestry of existence itself. And then, with a shared breath, they plunge deeper into the mystery, eager to piece together the fragments of knowledge and wisdom that the Watchers have left behind. A legacy that binds them all in an unbreakable chain of connection, knowledge, and perhaps destiny. The room fills with a charged silence, anticipation crackling in the air, as they prepare to unveil the next layer of this ancient enigma, knowing that the Watchers, though hidden in shadows, are always near. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced along the walls of an ancient chamber, where whispers of history lingered like an echo from another time. It was here, amidst the hushed tones and the scent of aged parchment, that the stories of women, often silenced, yet powerful, began to emerge. They were not mere figures in the background. They were the hearts and souls woven into the very fabric of the Watcher's narrative. As the chronicles unfolded, women stepped forward with unyielding strength, their lives intertwined with the celestial beings who observed humanity from afar. Every glance, every secret shared between these divine watchers and the women of Earth was laden with emotion and gravity. Each encounter carried the weight of dreams and despair, binding the two worlds together in an unbreakable bond. Take, for instance, the tale of Mira, a woman of fierce spirit who lived in a village cradled by the mountains. She was known not just for her beauty, but for her wisdom and courage. When the Watchers descended to observe humanity, it was Mira's unwavering belief in the goodness of people that captivated them. They watched as she healed the sick, her hands gentle yet powerful, harnessing the earth's gifts to mend what was broken. In those moments, the Watchers saw not just a healer, but a beacon of hope, a vessel through which they could glimpse the essence of humanity's resilience. But it was not all light and warmth. The shadows of jealousy and betrayal crept into Mira's life as well. A rival, consumed by envy, sought to undermine her. This bitter woman turned the village against Mira, planting seeds of doubt in the hearts of those who once adored her. The Watchers observed, their hearts heavy with concern. They knew that the trials faced by Mira were mere reflections of the struggles women had faced throughout time, where love was often met with betrayal, and hope found a way to flicker, even in darkness. In another corner of the world, the story of Aisha unfolded. Bound by the traditions of her people, she lived in a society where women were often regarded as mere vessels for lineage. Yet, Aisha carried within her a fire that could not be extinguished. While the Watchers observed from above, they were struck by her defiance. She danced beneath the stars, her movements a language of liberation. Each twirl, each step echoed the cries of women throughout the ages, yearning for freedom, for voice, for recognition. As Aisha's dance captivated the night, a Watcher named Zeth felt an unfamiliar stirring within him. He had watched countless mortals, but there was something electric in Aisha's spirit that drew him closer. He felt her pain, her longing, and with it, a desire to protect her. The dance became a ritual, a communion between the divine and the earthly. And though their worlds were divided by realms unseen, a connection bloomed, fragile yet potent. Yet, the love that ignited between Zeth and Aisha was fraught with challenges. The danger of their bond weighed heavily on them, a constant reminder of the rules that governed the Watchers. As their souls entwined, the whispers of disapproval echoed in the void, a reminder that love, in its purest form, could be both a blessing and a curse. The tension thickened, each moment laden with the possibility of heartbreak, and the Watchers felt the weight of impending tragedy. Then there was the tale of Alara, a woman whose voice could silence the storms. She was sought after for her prophecies, her words steeped in an otherworldly wisdom that transcended time. The Watchers listened intently as she spoke truths that resonated with the very core of existence. Alara stood as a bridge between the mortal realm and the divine, her insights guiding those who dared to listen. Yet, even she faced the chilling winds of doubt. Kings and commoners alike dismissed her when her predictions didn't come to pass, shattering her confidence. Yet the Watchers saw her rise again, stronger than before. Through her struggles, Alara's resilience became a beacon for others. Women gathered around her, their hearts kindled by her strength, her courage a reminder that voices could rise from the ashes of despair. The Watchers bore witness to this transformation, recognizing that the bond of sisterhood could empower those who felt alone. In the quiet of the night, when the stars shone the brightest, Alara would gather her followers, and together they would chant, their voices weaving a tapestry of hope and solidarity. The cycle of love, betrayal, and resilience continued, a constant echo in the stories of women across the ages. The Watchers marveled at the complexity of human emotions, knowing that every act of bravery was rooted in the tumult of fear and doubt. They watched as each woman, in her own way, carved a path through adversity, becoming symbols of strength for generations to come. The stories folded into each other like pages in a book, the threads of fate weaving a rich tapestry filled with laughter and tears. The women of the Watchers' narrative did not simply exist. They thrived, their lives pulsating with an energy that drew the Watchers closer. Their stories painted a vivid picture of life's bittersweet moments, illuminating the powerful role women played in shaping the very essence of humanity. As the candle flickered and the shadows shifted, the atmosphere shimmered with anticipation. The tales of Mira, Aisha, and Alara were but glimpses into a world where women transformed not just their own destinies, but the destinies of many. The Watchers, touched by their stories, felt a longing to intervene, to guide, even as they grappled with the boundaries that separated them from the mortals. And as the night deepened, the resonance of their experiences lingered like an unspoken promise, drawing the reader closer, urging them to remain in this place where hearts beat fiercely, where women stood tall against the trials of life, and where the narrative of the Watchers unfurled with each passing moment. In the hushed whispers of twilight, when shadows stretch and the unseen becomes palpable, there lies a tale that sends shivers down the spine, a story that lingers in the air like the scent of rain on dry earth. The Watchers, celestial beings of ancient lore, hover at the edges of human understanding, their existence teetering on the brink of myth and reality. As the world turns, their influence seeps into the cracks of modern spirituality, stirring the deepest corners of the human soul. Long ago, the Watchers descended from the heavens, drawn by the vibrancy of human life. Their arrival was a silent thunder, felt in the hearts of men and women who gazed at the skies, searching for something beyond their earthly lives. These beings, often depicted in the Book of Enoch, were not mere observers. They were guardians and guides, capable of shaping destinies. The ancient texts tell of their shimmering forms, their eyes like stars, watching over humanity with a mixture of awe and sorrow, caught in the web of their own choices. As centuries slipped away, the story of the Watchers transformed, winding through cultures and beliefs. They became a symbol, a representation of longing and knowledge that always seemed just out of reach. In every corner of the world, from the dusty scrolls of Mesopotamia to the mystical teachings of Gnosticism, their presence resonated. They became the embodiment of our quest for understanding, the bridge between the divine and the mundane. With each retelling, their essence grew, weaving itself into the very fabric of spiritual thought. Today, the impact of the Watchers is palpable. As seekers gather in dimly lit rooms, candles flickering softly, their voices blend with the echoes of ancient wisdom. They speak of the Watchers, threading their wisdom into modern practices like meditation, energy healing, and the exploration of consciousness. A sense of connection bursts to life as people share their experiences, feeling the warmth of the Watchers' energy enveloping them like a protective cloak. It's a beautiful, haunting symphony of souls yearning to know more. In the stillness of meditation, when the world fades away, many report glimpses of the ethereal. Some see sparkling lights, others hear whispers carried on the winds. Hearts race as the realization dawns. These might be the Watchers, reaching out across the ages to guide and comfort. It is in these moments of intimacy that the Watchers transcend time, becoming an integral part of spiritual practices that pulse with vitality. Their essence breathes life into rituals, infusing them with a sense of awe and reverence. But the impact of the Watchers is not merely personal. It extends into the collective consciousness. The stories of their guidance echo through the teachings of renowned spiritual leaders who draw on the rich tapestry of the Watchers' legacy. They speak of awakening, inner wisdom, and the interconnectedness of all beings, echoing the sentiments of the ancients. As they share their insights, individuals feel a surge of empowerment, as if the Watchers' strength courses through their veins, urging them to awaken to their own potential. Yet, as with all powerful influences, there are shadows. The Watchers, in all their glory, remind humanity of the fine line between support and interference. Their very presence challenges the age-old struggle of free will, igniting debates among spiritual leaders and seekers alike. How much influence is too much? In the pursuit of enlightenment, Do we risk losing ourselves in the guidance of those who watch? The tension hangs in the air, thick and electric, as minds grapple with the weight of these questions. This conflict stirs within the hearts of many, leading to a deeper exploration of personal responsibility in their spiritual journeys. People begin to seek not just the guidance of the watchers, but the strength to carve their own paths. They realize that the watchers are not here to dictate but to inspire, to light a fire that ignites their own intuition. In this realization, a profound transformation occurs, and the very act of seeking becomes a dance, a delicate balance of surrender and empowerment. And yet, with every flicker of understanding, the watchers remain elusive, their true nature cloaked in mystery. They call to the dreamers, the seekers of truth, inviting them to look inward. As modern spirituality evolves, it becomes a mirror of ancient truths, reflecting a longing for connection that transcends time. Rituals transform, fusing old wisdom with modern practices, creating a vibrant tapestry that honors both the past and the present. The watchers guide this evolution, their silent presence igniting a flame that burns brightly in the hearts of those who dare to listen. As the sun sets behind the horizon, casting an amber glow across the landscape, the influence of the watchers lingers like a soft caress. People step into the night, eyes turned toward the stars, feeling the pull of something greater. The energy is palpable, a hum that resonates in their bones, reminding them of their connection to the universe. The watchers watch, not with judgment, but with a deep love that knows no bounds. They are the guardians of potential, the whispers in the dark that encourage humanity to rise above its limitations. In this twilight, where the worlds of the seen and unseen intertwine, the legacy of the watchers continues to unfold. Each soul that opens to their presence adds another thread to the ever-expanding tapestry of spirituality. Hearts beat in unison with the ancient rhythm, a reminder that the journey is never truly finished. It spirals onward, weaving together the past, present, and future, with the watchers standing vigil, their eyes shimmering with the promise of what is yet to come. In an age when the stars were not just distant suns but the very eyes of ancient beings, a hushed whisper spread among the people. They spoke of the watchers, celestial entities standing sentinel over humanity, their gaze heavy with wisdom and burden. These figures, known in various cultures by different names, were not merely myth. They were shadows cast upon the pages of history, leaving behind echoes that still resonate in the hearts of those who dare listen. In the ancient texts of Mesopotamia, the name Ijajai emerged, referring to the heavenly hosts who watched over the earth. They were the ones who saw the birth of civilizations, witnessing the first fires sparked by human hands and the first whispers of art and language. As the sun rose over the ziggurats, the Ijajai stood vigilant, their ethereal wings unfurling like the fabric of the sky, shimmering in the dawn. They were both protectors and observers, their hearts filled with the weight of mortal strife and triumph. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks spoke of the Titans, giants who ruled before the Olympians. Among them, there was one known as Prometheus, the firebringer. He defied the decree of Zeus to gift humanity the spark of divine fire. A daring act, a betrayal, an awakening. The watchers felt the tremors of his rebellion, a heartbeat of turmoil that shook the very foundations of Olympus. They watched as humans began to forge their destinies, their potential ignited by Prometheus's revolutionary act. Yet, this gift was not without consequence. The watchers, with their eyes filled with sorrow, understood the duality of creation and destruction, beauty and chaos. In the far reaches of the Himalayas, the ancient texts of the Vedas spoke of the Siddhas, perfected beings who observed the world from the peaks. They were not just watchers. They were teachers, imparting knowledge to those who sought enlightenment. Each lesson was a thread woven into the tapestry of life, binding humans to the cosmos. The Siddhas watched the rise and fall of empires, their hearts aching for the wisdom that often fell on deaf ears. They guided the seekers, whispering truths that echoed through the valleys, yet remained hidden from the masses. The tension between knowledge and ignorance simmered beneath the surface, a constant reminder of the fragility of existence. In the Americas, the stories of the Watchers took on a different hue. Among the Kichwa people, ancestral spirits known as Apu kept their respectful distance, observing the lives of their descendants with pride and sorrow. They were seen as guardians of the land, their presence felt in the rustling leaves and flowing rivers. The Apu bore witness to the sacred rituals, the blood spilled in offerings, and the laughter shared in community. Yet, as the modern world encroached upon the ancient ways, the Apu's eyes grew heavy with worry. The balance of nature, once harmonious, now teetered on the brink of chaos. The Watchers sensed the impending storm, the dark clouds of ignorance gathering above, and they cried silently for humanity to remember their roots. The patterns of the Watchers intertwined through different cultures, each story linking back to the same heartbeat of existence. In the Judeo-Christian tradition, the Watchers appeared in the Book of Enoch, ascending from the heavens to mingle with humanity. They fell, seduced by earthly pleasures, their noble intentions twisted into chaos. Dark wings carried tales of their rebellion, their names etched in both glory and shame. They bore witness to the consequences of their actions, forever marked by the scars of their choices. In their gaze lay both the thrill of creation and the agony of downfall. These ancient narratives were not merely tales of celestial beings watching from afar. They were reflections of humanity itself. Each culture's Watchers mirrored the hopes, fears, and dreams of the people. They embodied the essence of longing, the desire for connection, understanding, and belonging. The stories flowed like a river, merging and twisting through the ages, each bend revealing another layer of truth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, the Watchers remained vigilant. They stood at the intersection of time and space, witnessing the triumphs of humanity, the wars fought in the name of power, and the sacrifices made for love. They saw the beauty in the mundane, the laughter of children playing in the fields, and the sorrow in the eyes of those who lost their way. Their own hearts ached with the weight of it all, for to watch was to feel, and to feel was to be forever entwined in the tapestry of human existence. Each echo of their presence was a reminder of the delicate balance between light and dark, creation and destruction. The Watchers stood as guardians and guides, their stories weaving through the fabric of time, urging humanity to look up, to reach for the stars, and to remember the wisdom that had been passed down through the ages. Within the shadows of their watchful gaze, a haunting question lingered. Would humanity heed their call? Would they embrace the lessons learned from the past? Or would they continue to tread the path of destruction? The tension crackled in the air, a palpable energy that seemed to pulse with every heartbeat. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled like the eyes of the Watchers above, the stories continued to unfold. They reached beyond the confines of history and culture, merging into a collective consciousness that resonated with every soul. The Watchers remained steadfast, their emotions intertwined with those they observed, whispering truths to the winds. Their presence felt in every heartbeat that echoed beneath the vast expanse of the cosmos. Their vigil was unbroken, and as the world turned, the stories of the Watchers would never fade. They would linger in the hearts and minds of those who still dared to look to the heavens, searching for meaning, connection, and a glimpse of the divine. In an ancient library, dust motes danced lazily in the slanting rays of sunlight, illuminating scrolls and tomes that whispered tales of forgotten empires and the weight of knowledge. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and ink, and every corner of the room felt alive, as if the very essence of history lingered, eager to share its secrets. Yet, among the endless shelves, a chilling tension hung heavily, an unspoken dilemma that echoed through the ages. What does one do with knowledge that could alter the very fabric of existence? Centuries ago, the Watchers were said to roam the cosmos, celestial beings equipped with wisdom beyond comprehension. Some believed they were guardians of enlightenment, while others feared they were harbingers of chaos. Each decision they made, each truth they uncovered, was tangled with moral threads that formed a tapestry of ethical dilemmas. What right did they have to intervene in the lives of mortals? Could knowledge, untamed and raw, bring salvation or destruction? The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced eerily across the library walls. The stories within these ancient texts contained warnings and celebrations intertwined, like the threads of a great loom. As the Watchers gazed down upon humanity, they saw a restless world, one teetering on the edge of discovery and disaster. They watched as civilizations rose and fell, marveled at the brilliance of human intellect, and shivered at the potential for devastation that came with it. In one dusty tome, inked in the flowing script of a long-lost language, a tale emerged of a time when knowledge was both a gift and a curse. The scribes, believing themselves to be the torchbearers of enlightenment, penned down secrets that could unleash unimaginable power. But with each revelation came the shadows of consequences, lurking just beyond the light. The fear of what humanity might do with such knowledge clawed at the hearts of the Watchers, creating a storm of indecision within their celestial ranks. The weight of this knowledge pressed heavily on the shoulders of those who sought to wield it. An ancient pharaoh, guided by the wisdom of the heavens, stood in his grand palace, contemplating the boundless power he could command. He could raise armies, heal the sick, and even converse with the gods. Yet, as he reached for this knowledge, a dreadful thought pierced his mind. What if his actions led to suffering? The very thought sent chills down his spine. The Watchers, observing from their ethereal vantage, felt the turmoil in his heart. Could they intervene? Would they be judged for meddling in the fates of mere mortals? In the silence of the night, a scholar in a small, dimly lit room pondered over a compendium of alchemical formulas. He was close to unlocking the secret of eternal life, but with every equation scribbled on the fragile pages, he was haunted by visions of the consequences. The world was already filled with despair. How could he unleash a potion that could lead to greed, chaos, and unimaginable suffering? The Watchers lingered in the shadows, sensing his struggle. They understood that knowledge was not just a tool, it was a double-edged sword. In a bustling marketplace, a merchant stumbled upon a scroll containing the blueprints for a weapon of mass destruction. The thrill of wealth and power surged through him, yet the echoes of countless lives lost weighed on his conscience. As he stood there, torn between ambition and morality, the Watchers felt an electric tension in the air. Their decision loomed like a storm cloud on the horizon. If they chose to intervene, would they be seen as tyrants, or would they be hailed as saviors? They knew too well that knowledge, once unleashed, could never be contained. Legends spoke of a time when humanity was gifted the knowledge of the stars. The Watchers had hoped it would illuminate the path to harmony. Instead, it sparked a frenzy of exploration and conquest. Empires clashed, driven by the desire to claim celestial secrets for their own. The Watchers, filled with regret, realized that they had unknowingly sown the seeds of conflict. As the stars twinkled above, they blinked with a sorrowful understanding. The more humanity learned, the more they strayed from the essence of compassion and empathy. The library's atmosphere thickened as a powerful storm raged outside, mirroring the turmoil of the Watchers. Lightning illuminated the darkness, casting flickering shadows that danced upon the walls. In that moment, the whispers of history mingled with the thunder, creating an orchestra of emotion that resonated deep within the soul. The Watchers yearned to guide humanity toward wisdom, yet they hesitated, knowing well the frailty of human nature. A delicate balance existed between knowledge and ethics, a line that humanity often crossed in pursuit of its desires. The Watchers watched with heavy hearts, recognizing that every choice carried an echo of a greater truth. They understood the danger of keeping knowledge hidden, yet they also felt the weight of the burden it imposed. As the storm raged on, they were left to grapple with their own ethical dilemmas. Should they risk everything to reveal the secrets they held, or should they stand back and let humanity forge its own path? Time blurred as the shadows lengthened, and the fire crackled softly in the hearth. The air was thick with anticipation, a heartbeat echoing through the library. The Watchers, suspended between realms, felt the urgency of their choice. They were bound by an eternal paradox, caught between the desire to share the light of understanding and the fear of the darkness that could follow. What would they choose? Would they allow humanity to stumble blindly, or would they intervene and risk the wrath of the ages? Their predicament was a mirror, reflecting the very essence of what it meant to be alive, to seek knowledge, and to bear the consequences of one's choices. In that moment of high tension, the library became a vessel, cradling the hopes and fears of countless beings across time. The Watchers stood at a precipice, ready to tip the scales of fate. As the storm roared on, the world outside teetered on the brink of revelation, a fragile balance waiting to shatter or soar into the unknown. The lines between right and wrong blurred, creating a mosaic of human experience that was as breathtaking as it was terrifying. The air crackled with possibilities, and somewhere, a decision was about to be made. In the dim light of an ancient library, dust motes danced like ethereal spirits around the flickering candle flames. As shadows stretched and whispered, a figure sat hunched over a musty tome, fingers tracing the faded ink. Each turn of the page revealed stories of Watchers, silent sentinels observing humanity through the ages. They were the unseen eyes, the guardians of secrets, and the architects of fate, watching with a mix of curiosity and sorrow, as if the weight of the world rested on their shoulders. The Watchers emerged from the shadows of literary history, weaving their way through tales of love, betrayal, and redemption. From the biblical accounts of the Watchers in the Book of Enoch, who descended to earth and became entangled in the lives of mortals, to the more recent depictions in modern literature, their presence loomed large, echoing through time. These figures, often misunderstood, serve as archetypes, highlighting humanity's struggle against its own impulses and moral dilemmas. In the twisting alleys of medieval Europe, they lurked in the corners of folklore. The tales of the Fae, those elusive beings, were woven with the threads of the Watchers, those who tread the fine line between the celestial and the earthly. They stood apart, their ethereal beauty masked by the weight of knowledge, forever observing the folly and wonder of mankind. As a bard strummed a lute in a village square, their eyes gleamed, holding secrets only they could understand. Were they protectors or puppeteers? That question lingered like the last note of a haunting melody, leaving the villagers with a shiver of uncertainty. Turning the pages of history, one found the Watchers in the great epics. The Greek gods, perched high on Mount Olympus, watched humanity with a mixture of amusement and disdain. They meddled in mortal affairs, like spectators at a game, sometimes placing bets on the outcomes. Achilles' wrath, Odysseus' cunning, and Penelope's loyalty were all under their scrutiny. They were not just distant figures. They reflected the hopes and flaws of the very mortals they observed. Readers could feel the tension, the pull of fate, as the Watchers played their roles, shaping destinies with a mere flick of their fingers. In the sweeping narratives of the Renaissance, the Watchers took on new forms. The whispered rumors of witches and sorcerers filled the air, and in the depths of dark forests, they were said to gather. These Watchers held the power of foresight, peering into the souls of those who dared approach. The tension crackled in the air as the unwary sought their counsel, unaware of the price that knowledge often demanded. In the dim light of candlelit chambers, they became mirrors reflecting humanity's deepest fears and desires, each encounter leaving a mark on the hearts of those who ventured too close. As tales progressed into the modern era, the notion of the Watchers morphed yet again. They became the omniscient narrators, guiding readers through intricate labyrinths of thought and emotion. In works like The Great Gatsby, the eyes of Dr. T.J. Eckelberg watched over the characters, embodying the moral decay of society. These Watchers were not merely passive observers. They were the voice of conscience, reminding characters and readers of the choices made and the consequences that followed. The tension thickened as the unspeakable questions loomed. Who was truly watching? Who was truly free? The emotional heartbeat of these stories pulsed with intensity, building toward climactic moments of revelation. Consider the watchful eyes of the ghosts in Shakespeare's Macbeth. They witnessed ambition spiral into madness, morality crumble under the weight of desire. As Lady Macbeth sleepwalked through the darkened halls, haunted by the specters of her actions, it was as if the very fabric of her soul was laid bare before the Watchers. Readers could almost hear the echoes of her guilt, the choking grip of remorse that tightened around her throat, creating a visceral sense of horror and pity. Yet, In the shadows of these tales, the Watchers also represented hope. They were the guardians of wisdom, encouraging characters to rise above their flaws. In the pages of classic literature, such as To Kill a Mockingbird, Atticus Finch emerged as a moral beacon, embodying the ideals of justice and integrity, like a watcher urging his children to see beyond prejudice. The emotional stakes soared as the children witnessed the battle between good and evil, their innocence shattered yet enriched by the profound lessons learned. Each moment of understanding felt like a weight lifted, a sense of clarity amidst a chaotic world. As stories ebbed and flowed, the Watchers remained constant, their presence a reminder of the duality of existence, the light and the dark, the joyous and the tragic. They were there in the margins, in the spaces between words, nudging characters towards self-discovery, even as they urged caution with their penetrating gazes. The rhythm of their watchfulness was palpable, oscillating between moments of serene observation and chaotic disruption, capturing the essence of life itself. And so, the tale continued, weaving through history and fiction, each chapter a testament to the endurance of the Watchers. As the candle flickered low in the library, the figure leaned closer, captivated by the ancient ink. With every story that unfolded, the Watchers whispered in the silence, their voices intermingling with the heartbeat of the world they observed. What would happen next? What untold stories lay ahead, waiting to be unveiled beneath the watchful gaze of those who had seen it all? The anticipation hung heavy in the air, a promise of more to come, a lingering question that would echo through the ages. The room was silent, save for the distant echo of a clock ticking. A flickering screen illuminated the faces of a small group, eyes wide, hearts racing. They watched, entranced, as shadows danced across the walls of the dimly lit space. It was more than just a movie. It was a glimpse into the uncanny, into the very essence of the unknown. The Watchers, those mysterious figures hovering just beyond the veil of reality, had arrived once more to haunt the screen, leaving an indelible mark on the history of film and television. From the earliest days of cinema, Watchers have captivated audiences. In the 1920s, silent films like The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari introduced a new kind of observer, characters that were both part of the story and detached from it, echoing a sense of dread and curiosity. The eerie figures on screen seemed to peer into the soul of the audience, making them question their own reality. As the silent era faded and talkies emerged, the role of the Watcher evolved. They became not just spectators but players, characters entwined in plots that would stir emotions and generate goosebumps. Fast forward to the 1960s, when The Twilight Zone took viewers down a path of psychological horror and science fiction. Rod Serling, the brilliant mind behind the series, became a Watcher in his own right. Each episode held a mirror to society, reflecting its fears, its prejudices, and its unspoken truths. Serling's calm voice lured viewers in, while the shocking twists left them questioning their own perception of reality. The Watchers in this anthology series were not merely fictional. They were the audience's own thoughts and fears, manifesting on screen in ways that felt deeply personal. As the decades rolled on, the concept of Watchers morphed yet again. The X-Files burst onto screens in the 1990s, and suddenly the Watchers became investigators of the bizarre. FBI agents Mulder and Scully were on a relentless quest to unveil the truth behind government conspiracies, extraterrestrial life, and paranormal phenomena. The allure of the Watchers in this series was their relentless pursuit of what lay unseen. They urged viewers to question everything they knew, tapping into a collective angst about the unknown and the unseen forces that might be watching back. In the early 2000s, the horror genre took a bold leap forward with films like Paranormal Activity. Here, the Watchers transitioned into something far more intimate. The found footage style placed viewers directly into the lives of unsuspecting individuals plagued by unseen forces. Every creak of the floorboards, every flicker of the lights became a heartbeat in the suspenseful narrative. The Watchers were no longer just characters on the screen. They were the audience themselves, peering through the lens of a camera into a haunting reality that felt frighteningly close to home. The experience was visceral, each moment stretching the tension to its breaking point. As the digital age dawned, the nature of watching shifted. online streaming platforms began to rise, bringing a new generation of watchers into the fold. Series like Stranger Things hooked viewers with its 1980s nostalgia and supernatural elements. The characters were relatable, and the monsters they faced were not just ordinary creatures. They symbolized the fears of adolescence and the struggles of growing up. The watchers were now part of a community, sharing whispers of theories and predictions, creating an atmosphere of anticipation that turned every episode into an event. The climax of this ongoing saga unfolded with the advent of interactive storytelling. Shows like Black Mirror presented viewers with a choice. Would they watch passively or engage actively in the narrative? The watchers became participants, influencing the outcome of the story. This unique approach sparked conversations about morality, technology, and the very fabric of society. The thrill of watching morphed into something much deeper. It became an exploration of human nature itself. The emotional stakes never waned. The looming threat of the watchers was always there, whether it was the ominous presence in the background of a scene or the palpable tension in the air, leaving viewers breathless. As characters faced their fears, viewers felt each moment resonate within their own lives, as if the watchers were holding a mirror to their own deepest anxieties. In the dim light of the screen, the boundaries between the watcher and the watched began to blur. The chilling realization settled in: what if the watchers were not just fictional characters? What if they were entities that existed in the shadows, in the corners of our minds? Each flicker of the screen seemed to beckon an unseen audience, pulling the viewer into a tangled web of emotion and suspense. The history of watchers in film and television is rich and layered, steeped in cultural reflections and societal fears. Audiences have been both observers and participants, drawn into a dance of shadows that speaks to the deepest parts of the human experience. Fear and intrigue intertwine, seducing viewers into a world where the unknown reigns supreme. As the final credits roll on each story, the watchers linger, haunting the edges of consciousness, reminding everyone that the tale is never really over. The next story awaits, ready to unfold with the same pulse-pounding tension and heart-stopping emotion, continuing the cycle of watching and being watched, leaving an anticipation that is impossible to escape. Under a shroud of twilight, the world holds its breath, a whisper of ancient lore lingering in the air. The Watcher mythos stretches across continents, echoing in the hearts of people who, for centuries, have gazed skyward, pondering the unseen. It is a story that has woven itself into the very fabric of cultures, from the shadowed corners of the Andean mountains to the bustling streets of Tokyo, igniting imaginations and stoking fears. In the Andes, the Incas spoke of powerful beings who watched over their people, guardians of the earth's rhythms. As children huddled around flickering fires, their elders recounted tales of the Watchers, spiritual entities that governed destiny, ensuring balance in a world often tipped towards chaos. The mountains themselves seemed to hum with a presence, a resonance of ancient eyes observing, judging, and sometimes intervening. It filled the air with an electric tension, a reminder that one was never truly alone. The myths took root in the hearts of the people, shaping their understanding of morality, duty, and the unseen forces that govern their lives. Across the sea, in the misty glades of old Europe, the tale shifted but did not fade. In the green hills of Ireland, Celtic lore spoke of the Tuatha Dé Danann, a race of divine beings who descended from the heavens to guide humanity. The Watchers became protectors and tricksters, often appearing in dreams and visions, leading mortals to hidden truths or perilous paths. A chill would run down the spine of anyone who ventured too close to the ancient burial mounds, for the whispers of the past seemed alive, warning of the consequences of overreaching. As the wind stirred among the trees, it carried with it the weight of those who had come before, their stories stitched into the very soil. Meanwhile, in the East, the Watcher mythos took on a more celestial guise. In Japan, the Shinto belief in kami, spirits that inhabit all things, echoed the universal longing for connection with something greater. Temples dedicated to these spirits dotted the landscape, their serene beauty a reminder that the Watchers were not always fearsome. They were protectors of the land, benevolent guides who taught respect for nature and community. Under the soft glow of lanterns, Festivals erupted with joy, celebrating the harmony between the human and the divine, forging a bond that transcended mortal understanding. Yet, beneath the surface, a tension brewed, the ever-present question of what might happen should the balance falter. In the deserts of the Middle East, the Watcher mythos morphed into something darker. In the pages of ancient texts, tales of fallen angels and watchers who strayed from their purpose served as cautionary tales. The whispers of these beings echoed in the minds of the faithful, sparking fears that their gaze could turn judgmental and vengeful. A haunting story emerged, one that painted the Watchers as both guardians and tormentors, teaching that every action carried weight. The sands of time bore witness to this struggle, the shifting dunes a metaphor for the choices made and the consequences faced. The tension between salvation and damnation lingered like a storm cloud, casting shadows over lives lived in hope and trepidation. As the centuries rolled on, the Watcher mythos transcended borders, weaving its way into art, literature, and pop culture. The paintings of the Renaissance reflected divine oversight, the ethereal watchfulness captured in every stroke of the brush. Literature from Shakespeare to modern-day authors breathed life into the concept, turning the Watchers into characters whose influence felt palpable, their presence looming large in the minds of readers. In the flickering glow of cinema, the Watchers became symbols of both protection and peril, a constant reminder of the moral complexities faced by humankind. With each story, the tension heightened, pulling audiences into a world where the line between the seen and unseen blurred. Even in the digital age, the Watcher mythos found new life, grounding itself in the collective consciousness of a global village. Social media platforms buzzed with discussions of unseen forces, conspiracy theories, and ancient prophecies. People from all walks of life connected over shared fears and beliefs, united by the age-old questions that the Watchers posed. In the comments of a viral post, strangers found camaraderie in their wonder. Their anxieties echoed as they grappled with the idea that they might still be watched. The weight of expectation hung heavy, a palpable tension among the virtual camaraderie, blurring the lines between reality and the mythos that continued to shape their lives. The world pulses with the energy of the Watcher mythos, a heartbeat echoing through time. It serves as a reminder of humanity's enduring quest for meaning, for connection, and for understanding in a universe that often feels chaotic. Every story, every myth, every shared fear adds another layer to this complex tapestry, stitching together diverse cultures into a singular narrative that screams for attention. As voices rise and fall, the tension mounts, a symphony of perspectives that never quite resolves, forever teetering on the edge of revelation. And as night falls over the globe, a chill sweeps through the air, the Watchers ever present, their eyes fixed upon the world below. Humanity, caught in a web of dreams and nightmares, stands at the precipice of understanding, unaware of how closely the Watchers watch and how deeply their mythos has woven itself into the very essence of existence. The past and present collide, shaping futures yet to be written, as the cycle continues, forever unresolved, beckoning for the next chapter to unfold. Above the tumult of time, shadows linger, whispering tales of ancient beings who once roamed the earth, watching humanity with eyes both curious and sorrowful. The Watchers, they were called, celestial beings with wings stretched wide, perched on the edge of heaven, gazing down upon the chaos and beauty of life below. These figures, woven into the fabric of myth and history, hold lessons that pulse with urgency, echoing through ages, calling to minds eager for understanding. In a time when the heavens were clearer and the stars pulsed with life, the Watchers descended. They were not mere observers. They were custodians of knowledge, guardians of the fragile connection between the divine and the mortal. The tales of their presence seep into the annals of human history, tracing back to the Sumerians, who saw them as emissaries of the gods, descending from the celestial heights to impart wisdom. The Enochian texts, too, spoke of their descent, framing them as both guides and harbingers, beautiful yet tragic figures who dared to breach the barrier between the sacred and the profane. In their presence, humanity flourished. The ancient civilizations learned from the Watchers, acquiring skills that transformed their lives. Agriculture blossomed under the Watchers' guidance, enabling communities to thrive and grow. The knowledge of metalwork ignited industries, crafting tools that would shape the course of history. But with every gift came a cost, an unspoken pact that tethered the mortal realm to the celestial. The Watchers bore witness to humanity's rise, but they also observed its descent into chaos, as pride and ambition eclipsed the purest of intentions. Consider the moment when the first cry of a newborn echoed through a village at the banks of the Euphrates. The Watchers, their luminous forms barely visible against the starlit sky, smiled at the wonder of life. But as years rolled on, they felt the weight of human choices. Warfare erupted, fueled by greed and the insatiable hunger for power. The vibrant tapestry of civilizations, once rich with color and light, began to unravel. The Watchers knew that they could not intervene. Their role was not to steer the fate of mankind, but to observe. Yet, the pain of watching was almost unbearable. As time marched forward, the myth of the Watchers transformed. They became cautionary tales, spoken of in hushed tones. In the Bible, they are depicted in stark contrast to the unyielding light of God, a reminder of the consequences of straying from divine will. Their narratives morphed into legends of fallen angels, cast out from heaven, banished for their love of humanity. In their fall, they became symbols of the eternal struggle between divine order and chaotic freedom. Yet, the tales persist, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. They challenge humanity to question its own nature. Are we the architects of our destiny, or are we merely pawns in a greater game? The warnings embedded in the stories of the Watchers resonate deeply, urging reflection on the choices made and the paths taken. In the shadows of history, the echoes of the Watchers can be felt in pivotal moments, like the rise and fall of empires. The earth trembled, rocks split, and graves opened, as if nature itself understood the significance of this moment. Gasps filled the air, the crowd now united in shock. It was a scene so heart-wrenching that it felt surreal, as if they were on the brink of a revelation that would shatter their understanding of the world. Jesus, gasping for breath, looked down upon those gathered. There were faces of sorrow, of confusion, of guilt, and even of anger. Each represented a piece of the human experience, a still pond. The beauty of human creation, the depth of love, and the weight of sorrow all intertwine, weaving a narrative that transcends generations. One can almost hear the faint rustling of wings as the Watchers continue their vigil, unseen yet ever present. They remind us that history is not merely a sequence of events. It is a tapestry of choices, a reflection of the human condition, begging to be learned from. The Watchers urge humanity to pause, to reflect on its journey, to remember the price of ambition, and to consider the cost of forgetting the lessons etched in the stars. As the night deepens, the stars flicker like the eyes of the Watchers, guarding secrets of the ages. Their stories, rich and poignant, carry the weight of history, tugging at the heartstrings of those willing to listen. They are warnings and reminders, lessons that pulse with life, bridging the gap between the past and an uncertain future. Even today, beneath the expanse of the cosmos, humanity stands at a crossroads, teetering between growth and destruction. The lessons from the Watchers loom large, a call to humility and awareness. For every act of creation, a counterbalance exists. For every rise, a potential fall. The Watchers, with their timeless gaze, implore humanity to tread carefully, to remember the delicate balance of existence. In the quiet of the night, as the world sleeps, the Watchers watch. They are the echoes of history and myth, guardians of wisdom, reminding us that our path is intertwined with the choices we make. The stories linger, and the lessons, like threads of gold, weave through the fabric of time, urging all to awaken, to seek understanding, and to honor the delicate dance of life. In a dimly lit room, the air thick with a mix of anticipation and whispers, a group gathered around a flickering screen. Their faces were illuminated by the glow of images, ancient glyphs, shadowy figures, and fragments of stories long forgotten. Each flicker sent a shiver through the crowd, hinting at the powerful legacy of the Watchers that had transcended time and seeped into the very fabric of human consciousness. The Watchers, timeless observers, had always existed in the liminal spaces of culture and history. They were the silent witnesses to the ebb and flow of civilizations, the guardians of wisdom, and the keepers of secrets. As the projector hummed to life, the audience felt an electric charge in the air, a blend of fear and fascination. What would they uncover? What stories of the Watchers would emerge from the shadows? From Mesopotamia to the biblical tales, the Watchers had woven themselves into the narratives of humanity. In ancient texts, they appeared as ethereal beings, celestial messengers who walked among men, imparting knowledge but also sowing discord. Their duality was palpable. They inspired awe and dread, forever shifting the balance between enlightenment and chaos. The crowd leaned in closer, their breaths shallow, caught in a web of history that was as rich as it was unsettling. The echoes of the past resonated with each tale. In the era of Sumer, the Watchers were seen as both divine and damning, guiding humanity while dragging them into the depths of moral dilemma. As the projector flickered through vibrant images of ancient tablets, scribes hunched over clay, etching the stories of creation and destruction. The audience felt the weight of their choices. Each decision made in the name of knowledge had rippled through the ages, creating a legacy of both brilliance and tragedy. Fast forward centuries, and the Watchers morphed in disguise. They became the muses of artists who painted their visions, the whispered inspiration behind poets' verses, and the shadows lurking in the thoughts of philosophers. A series of Renaissance paintings flashed on the screen, each brush stroke capturing the essence of the Watchers, divine, elusive, and profoundly human. The audience felt a sense of longing, a desire to connect with those who had once walked among them. But behind that longing lay a sense of fear. What if the Watchers returned? What if their knowledge was just a reminder of the burdens humanity carried? As the lights dimmed further, an uncomfortable tension enveloped the room. The discussion turned to the modern age. Digital screens and social media, the new platforms of discourse, seemed to echo the ancient scripts. The Watchers were now the unseen algorithms, those behind the curtain, shaping thoughts and beliefs with every scroll and click. The audience felt a chill run down their spines as they considered how these modern Watchers influenced their lives. Could they trust the information they consumed? Were they mere puppets dancing to the strings of unseen hands? Voices began to rise, a mixture of excitement and dread filling the air. Some saw the resurgence of the Watchers as a catalyst for change, a chance to reclaim ancient wisdom and apply it to modern problems. Others cautioned against the allure of power, warning that the cycle of enlightenment and destruction was poised to repeat itself. The tension in the room was palpable, thick as fog, wrapping around them as they grappled with the implications of the Watchers' legacy. Suddenly, the screen shifted to a series of global protests, people rising against tyranny, fighting for justice and truth. It was a powerful reminder that the Watchers, in their myriad forms, had a role to play, igniting passion, stirring emotions, and driving humanity to seek a greater understanding of itself. The audience felt hope igniting within them, a flame growing brighter with each image, each story of resilience. But with this hope came questions. How would the Watchers influence the coming generations? Would they guide humanity toward a future of enlightenment, or would they reignite the ancient chaos? As they considered these possibilities, the room seemed to pulse with energy, each heartbeat echoing against the walls like a distant war drum. The tension thickened further as whispers of an impending transformation filled the air. The Watchers were not just passive observers anymore. They were participants, interwoven in the fabric of modern existence. The question hung heavily: what would the future hold for the Watchers in cultural discourse? Would they emerge as harbingers of knowledge, or would they remain a specter of fear lurking in the shadows? As the projector clicked off, plunging the room into darkness, an unsettling silence settled over the group. The flickering images and vivid stories lingered like ghosts in their minds. The discussions that had erupted moments before faded into hushed murmurs, each person grappling with their own thoughts, their own fears, their own hopes. What lay ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: the Watchers would continue to influence, to inspire, and to challenge, forever a part of the human experience. The air was thick with anticipation, charged with the knowledge that the Watchers were not merely relics of the past, but an indelible part of an ever-evolving narrative. The future beckoned, a canvas waiting to be painted with choices yet to be made. On a moonless night, shadows stretched across the ground, whispering secrets that only the brave dared to hear. In small villages, tucked away between rolling hills and dense forests, stories of the Watchers hung heavily in the air. These figures, unseen yet unmistakably present, lingered in the thoughts of everyone, from the youngest child, wide-eyed by the fireplace, to the oldest elder, whose voice trembled slightly as he recalled tales passed down through generations. The Watchers were more than mere phantoms. They were guardians, observers, and sometimes harbingers of fate. In the quiet hamlet of Eldridge Hollow, children dared each other to venture into the woods at dusk, where the trees stood like sentinels, ancient and wise. With every rustle of leaves, tales of the Watchers danced in the wind, warning them to tread carefully. According to the villagers, these beings were neither good nor evil, but rather reflections of human nature itself. They watched over the land, ensuring balance and harmony, but their presence could bring unease, especially when mischief brewed in the hearts of men. One particularly chilly evening, a group of children huddled around a flickering fire, their faces illuminated by the flames like stars caught in a net. The eldest among them, a girl named Lila, leaned in closer, her voice barely above a whisper. "They say the Watchers can see into your soul," she began, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and fear. "If you're brave enough to look into the darkness, you might just catch a glimpse of them. Some say they take the form of glowing eyes, watching and waiting." As she spoke, the wind howled through the trees, and the children exchanged nervous glances. They had all heard the stories, how the Watchers had been seen at the edge of the woods, their luminescent gazes piercing through the night, both mesmerizing and terrifying. It was said that during the harvest moon, those who dared to wander too far into the woods would return with stories of whispered warnings and foreboding omens. But there were also tales of blessings bestowed upon those who respected the land and its secrets. In the neighboring village of Thornfield, an old woman named Agnes recounted a chilling tale to anyone who would listen. Her voice quivered as she shared the story of a lost traveler who stumbled upon a sacred clearing. He knelt by the shimmering brook, unaware of the eyes that watched him from the shadows. As he drank from the water, the whispers grew louder, she said, her hands trembling. The Watchers were angry. His presence disrupted their sacred space. The next day, he vanished without a trace, leaving only the echo of his screams behind. Around the fire, the listeners shifted uncomfortably, the air thick with tension. The tales of the Watchers stirred something deep within them, a primal fear mingled with respect. For generations, their ancestors had revered these unseen beings, believing that they held the threads of fate in their ethereal hands. To ignore them was to invite chaos. To honor them was to tread lightly upon the earth. As night deepened, the stories grew more intense. The children spoke of the festival held every autumn, when villagers would leave offerings at the edge of the woods, stones, woven garlands of wildflowers, and even bits of food. They believed that these gifts would appease the Watchers, ensuring a bountiful harvest and safety from the unseen. But not everyone believed. Some scoffed at the old tales, dismissing them as mere superstition. Yet the elders knew better. They had listened to the whispers that echoed through the trees, felt the chill of watching eyes in the dark, and understood the delicate balance between their world and that of the unknown. A sudden rustle in the underbrush silenced the children, their hearts racing as they turned to face the darkness. Lila's breath caught in her throat, and for a moment, they all felt the weight of 1,000 stories pressing in around them. Was it just the wind, or could it be the Watchers, curious about this gathering of young souls? The flickering fire cast eerie shadows, and the children imagined shapes dancing just beyond the reach of light. In the hushed moments that followed, an elder approached, his gait slow but steady. He had lived through countless seasons, his eyes reflecting wisdom and sorrow. "The Watchers are not to be feared but respected," he said, his voice like gravel. They guide us, remind us of our place in the world. When the harvest is bountiful, it is their blessing. When storms rage, it is their warning. We must listen to the signs they send, for they are always watching. The tension hung thick as the children considered his words. Each one felt a pull toward the mysteries that lay beyond their understanding, the desire to connect with something greater than themselves. They were aware that their stories would continue to be woven into the tapestry of their village, passed on through whispered words and cautious glances. The watchers would linger, a constant presence in their lives, guiding and observing from the shadows. That night, as the embers of the fire began to fade, Lila stared into the darkness, her mind racing with possibilities. What if she could see them? What if the legends were true? The desire to unravel the unknown wrapped around her like a cloak, and she felt a magnetic pull toward the woods. She imagined standing alone beneath the ancient trees, the air thick with anticipation. If she called out, would they answer? Would her bravery be rewarded or punished? A shiver ran down her spine as the wind picked up again, rustling the leaves as if to answer her silent question. Chills danced across her skin. The stories of the Watchers would continue, intertwining with her destiny, urging her to explore the line between the known and the mysterious. And as the fire flickered out, the darkness closed in around them, promising that the story was just beginning. The Watchers, ever vigilant, would continue to loom over their lives, a haunting reminder of the unseen forces that shaped their world. In the shadows of history, where whispered tales linger like the scent of rain before a storm, the Watcher legends pulse with life. These stories have traveled across mountains, rivers, and valleys, weaving their way through cultures and communities, leaving behind echoes of fear, awe, and fascination. Each narrative, a thread in the vast tapestry of human experience, invites a deeper examination of how they spread, morphed, and intertwined in the very fabric of society. Across the rugged cliffs of the Scottish Highlands, tales of the Watchers spoke of unseen presences, guardians of the land, watching over the ancient clans. The air shivers with the chill of the past, where mist cloaks the hills like a protective shield. Villagers huddled around flickering fires, recounting how the Watchers once descended from the heavens, their eyes gleaming like stars. The stories brought both comfort and dread, the idea that they were never truly alone, that their lives were woven into a greater narrative, watched over by these ethereal beings. Traveling southward, the legends morph in the southern reaches of Europe, particularly in the dense forests of Greece. Here, the Watchers are likened to the ancient gods, hidden within the folds of nature, observing human actions with a mixture of curiosity and judgment. The mountains, steeped in mythology, echo with the voices of those who believed the Watchers held the keys to fate. People journeyed to sacred groves, leaving offerings to appease these vigilant spirits, hoping for protection or guidance. The weight of expectation hung heavy in the air, palpable and electric, as each individual grappled with their place in this vast cosmos. Venturing across the Atlantic, the legends find new voices among Native American tribes. In the vast plains and the towering forests, the Watcher legends took on distinctive forms, narrated through the wisdom of elders. The Lakota spoke of the Wea, creatures who watched from the spirit world, their presence a reminder of the balance between humanity and nature. These stories ignited respect for the land and all its inhabitants. Around crackling campfires, children listened wide-eyed to tales of the Watcher's guidance, their hearts pounding at the thought of unseen eyes lingering just beyond the flames. Night after night, these legends pulsed through the veins of the community, binding generations together in shared belief and reverence. With each region, the legends adapted, reflecting the unique fears and hopes of the people. In the dense jungles of Africa, the Watcher legends emerged as protectors of sacred lands, spirits who watched over the tribes, safeguarding their way of life. Elders spoke of the Watchers as fierce defenders against invaders, their spirits woven into the very essence of the earth. The rustle of leaves in the wind seemed to carry their whispers, urging the people to honor their ancestors and the spirits that roamed the night. The fear of losing connection to these guardians kept hearts racing, as the stories transformed into a communal chant, echoing through the ages. As the years rolled on, the narrative of the Watchers also took root in the bustling cities of Asia. In the labyrinthine alleyways of Tokyo, the legends danced among neon lights and ancient traditions. The Shinto belief in kami, spirits that inhabit all things, aligned seamlessly with the Watcher myths, creating a rich tapestry of reverence and curiosity. The stories whispered through the streets, reminding city dwellers of the unseen forces that watched over them, guiding them in their daily lives. Here, the emotions were raw and palpable. The rush of city life contrasted sharply with the deep, lingering fear of being overlooked or unguarded in an ever-changing world. Through trade routes and conquests, these stories traveled, evolving as they crossed cultural borders, much like the people who carried them. In every land, they morphed into something new, a reflection of the collective psyche, rooted in ancient wisdom yet alive with contemporary relevance. The Watchers became more than mere legends. They were symbols of the human need for connection, for understanding in a vast and often chaotic universe. On the windswept shores of the Arctic, the Inuit spoke of the Watchers as spirits of the ice, guardians of the frozen realm. The stories of these beings were woven into the very fabric of survival, illustrating the delicate balance between humanity and the harsh beauty of nature. Each tale was a reminder of respect for the land, preserving both the fear and reverence for the Watchers who stood sentinel against the unforgiving elements. As the tides of time carried these legends across the globe, they created a web of shared experience, threading through the hearts of those who believed. The emotions remained raw, fueled by the simple yet profound truth that the Watchers reflect humanity's deepest fears and hopes, our desire to be seen, protected, and understood. Whether in the mountains of Scotland or the plains of North America, the essence of the Watchers resonates loudly, echoing in the hearts of those who tell and hear the tales. The stories of the Watchers are not mere echoes of the past. They are living entities, continuously reshaping and redefining themselves through the ages. The tension between fear and comfort remains palpable, a tightrope walk between the known and the unknown. The Watchers, ever watchful, hold the key to this intricate dance, guiding humanity through the labyrinth of existence. As the sun sets and darkness blankets the world, the legends linger, whispering through the trees and rustling in the autumn leaves. Each tradition, each telling, is a reminder that the Watchers are more than just legends. They are a testament to our enduring connection to the past and the mysteries that lie just beyond our understanding. The stories will continue to evolve, echoing in every corner of the earth, forever entwined with the human spirit, waiting for the next heart to listen, to feel, to believe. In the quiet corners of the world, where the light of the sun barely penetrates the shadows, there exists an unspoken language etched in stone and wood. Buildings rise toward the sky, their spires piercing the heavens as if reaching for a connection to something far greater than themselves. These structures are not merely bricks and mortar. They are the whispers of ancient souls, the Watchers standing sentinel over countless generations. With every arch and column, they tell stories of a time when the line between the earthly and the divine was thin, and the air was thick with the weight of belief. On the banks of the Nile, the great pyramids loom like ancient giants. Each stone is a testament to the skill and devotion of a civilization that believed in the afterlife so fervently that they sculpted their prayers into the very fabric of the earth. As dusk falls, the shadows elongate, and the pyramids seem to breathe, their presence palpable, as if the Watchers of the past still guard the secrets sealed within. It is said that the pharaohs were not just rulers. They were conduits to the gods, and the pyramids served as their stairway to the stars. Just as one contemplates these monumental structures, a chill sweeps through, a reminder of the unseen eyes watching, guardians over the sacred and the profane. Across the world, in ancient Greece, the Parthenon stands in silent glory. Its Doric columns, steadfast and proud, rise above the ruins, whispering tales of Athena's wisdom and the city's glory. Each column is a story, each frieze a prayer, recounting the deeds of gods and men. The sculptors who carved these intricate details believed they were channeling the essence of the divine. An observer might feel the pulse of history as they stand before the temple, the air crackling with the energy of those who once gathered to worship, to celebrate, to seek solace. The Watchers, cloaked in the stories of the past, seem to infuse the air with purpose and longing, a reminder that every stone carries the weight of history, a piece of the eternal. In the depths of the Middle Ages, cathedrals echoed with the sound of hymns and the breath of devotion. The grand Gothic structures, with their soaring ceilings and intricate stained glass, seemed to stretch beyond the earthly realm toward heaven itself. Each shard of colored glass captured the light, transforming it into a kaleidoscope of heavenly visions. It was as though the Watchers, those celestial overseers, were inviting the faithful to gaze into the divine, to see the stories of saints and angels come to life. In these sacred spaces, emotions ran high, tears of joy and sorrow mingled as congregants sought refuge in the embrace of the towering walls. The stones held the energy of prayers, hopes, and dreams, creating a tapestry of faith woven into the very fabric of the structure. The whispers of the past are not confined to grand monuments. They resonate in the humble shrines and humble chapels scattered throughout the landscape. In these smaller spaces, the Watchers are no less present. The flickering candlelight casts dancing shadows on the walls, creating an intimate atmosphere where secrets are shared and burdens lifted. The sense of community is palpable, the air thick with the presence of those who have come before. Every prayer uttered, every tear shed, strengthens the bond between the earthly and the eternal. It is here that the symbolism of sacred architecture truly shines. Each altar, each bench, each nook is imbued with the hopes and dreams of countless souls, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. As the sun sets, the world takes on a different hue. The moon rises, casting a silvery glow over structures that seem to pulse with life. In the distance, the ancient ruins of Machu Picchu stand shrouded in mist. The stones, weathered yet resolute, tell tales of a civilization that revered the mountains as sacred. Here, the Watchers are the very essence of nature itself, guardians of the earth who observe the intricate dance of life below. The ritualistic layouts of the ruins mirror the celestial bodies above, a reminder that humans are but a fraction of a much larger story. Each step taken on these ancient paths reverberates with the echoes of those who walked before, a continuous thread connecting the past to the present. In the heart of modern cities, where glass and steel dominate the skyline, the essence of the Watchers still lingers. Skyscrapers stretch like fingers reaching for the heavens, but within their walls, the spirit of sacred architecture endures. Each building, each space, can be a reflection of the human experience, a place where hopes are nurtured and dreams are realized. The symbolism of these structures can still evoke emotion. They can inspire, uplift, and remind individuals of their shared humanity. Even in the midst of bustling streets, the whispers of the past serve as a guiding light, ensuring that the lessons of history are never lost. As the night deepens and the stars twinkle overhead, the lines between the past and present blur. The Watchers remain vigilant, observing the ebb and flow of human existence. Every sacred structure, every place of worship, is a testimony to the eternal connection between the divine and the earthly. Those who enter these spaces feel an inexplicable pull, a recognition that they are part of something far greater than themselves. The emotions surge, joy, reverence, and a touch of melancholy intertwine, creating a tapestry of human experience that spans centuries. And just as one contemplates the powerful symbolism held within these sacred walls, a sense of anticipation hangs in the air. The Watchers, ever present, remind us that the story does not end here. There are more layers to uncover, more emotions to feel, and more whispers of the past waiting to be heard. The journey continues, a seamless thread weaving its way through the fabric of belief, history, and architecture, beckoning the curious to listen and learn what lies beyond the horizon of understanding. In a dimly lit room, a man sits, his eyes glued to the pages of a yellowed manuscript, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that seem to dance with the tales of ages past. His heart races with every word, each sentence pulling him deeper into a world where Watchers lurked just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Who were these Watchers? Guardians, spies, or meddlers? The stories held a magnetic pull, offering glimpses into the lives of those caught in their unseen gaze. Long ago, in ancient Mesopotamia, the first flickers of Watcher narratives began to emerge. The Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, divine beings who descended from the heavens, observing humanity with a mix of interest and disdain. They were not mere spectators. They intervened, whispering secrets of agriculture and civilization into the ears of mankind. Yet, with every gift they bestowed, shadows of doubt were cast. Were these beings truly benevolent, or did they watch humanity with a cold, calculative gaze? The tension between reverence and fear ignited a fire in the hearts of the people, giving birth to stories that would echo through centuries. As empires rose and fell, the narrative of Watchers transformed. In the age of the Greeks, the gods of Olympus became the archetypal Watchers. They peered down from their lofty heights, engaging in the lives of mortals, shaping destinies with a flick of their divine fingers. Yet, the tales were rife with betrayal and jealousy. Zeus, in all his power, watched over the lovers and heroes, yet often ensnared them in tragic fates. The very act of watching became a double-edged sword, a gift and a curse. In every epic poem, the tension simmered. Each hero knew that the Watchers were always near, ready to intervene, but also to judge. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, where Watcher narratives took a darker turn with the rise of folklore. Tales of the Fae, the mischievous beings of the woods, filled the air with an eerie tension. They were watchers of nature, yes, but also punishing spirits that exacted retribution on those who trespassed their realm. Villagers whispered of encounters with these beings, recounting stories of lost children and wandering souls who dared to linger too long beneath the moonlight. The fear of being watched transformed into tales of warning, where innocence could be the very reason for downfall. The Renaissance breathed new life into Watcher narratives. As art and literature flourished, the Watchers became more than just divine beings or spirits. They morphed into mirrors of humanity's aspirations and failures. Shakespeare's characters often felt the weight of unseen eyes, judging their choices and desires. The tension became palpable on stage. Every soliloquy echoed the thought, "Who is watching?" This notion transcended mere plot, embedding itself into the very fabric of human emotion. The Watchers were no longer omnipotent gods, but reflections of the complex layers of human psyche, mirroring our greatest fears and desires. As the world transitioned into the Age of Enlightenment, the narratives shifted once more. The Industrial Revolution brought with it not just machines but a new kind of watcher, the observer of society. Philosophers began to ponder the ethics of observation, as the eyes of science scrutinized the human condition. The tension between observation and intrusion emerged, igniting debates that would ripple through history. The Watchers now wore spectacles instead of robes. They recorded data and behavior, turning humanity into subjects of study. The fear of being watched became intertwined with the hope of progress, a conflicting dance that left an indelible mark on the collective consciousness. In the 20th century, the advent of technology ushered in a new era for Watcher narratives. Big Brother became a symbol of surveillance, a chilling reminder of the lengths to which societies would go to monitor their citizens. The tension escalated as cameras filled the streets, and privacy became a privilege rather than a right. As stories of digital watchers emerged, the fear morphed into a paralyzing paranoia: who was watching, and for what purpose? The once majestic narratives of gods and spirits now felt ominously human, as people wrestled with the implications of being perpetually observed. Today, in the age of social media, the Watchers have become the very people we call friends and followers. The lines between observer and participant blur as individuals frame their lives for the world to see. Every click, every post, carries the weight of an audience, a viewer hidden behind screens. The emotional tension peaks in this modern narrative, where the quest for validation collides with the fear of judgment. The Watchers are no longer distant. They are intimately entwined in everyday life, shaping identities and perceptions in ways that feel both exhilarating and suffocating. In this evolving tapestry, the Watcher narratives continue to thrum with life, shifting with the tides of time and culture. From the divine to the mundane, each era adds layers upon layers of complexity, fueling the age-old question, who watches the Watchers? The answer dances just out of reach, cloaked in mystery and intrigue. The man in the dimly lit room turns the page, breathless, craving more. The flickering candlelight illuminates a world where the watchers are always near, their shadows lingering, waiting for the next story to unfold, and the next heart to race with wonder and fear. Beneath the vast, star-speckled sky of ancient Earth, a silent tension hung in the air, as though the very cosmos held its breath. The flickering flames of early human fires danced against the backdrop of a world teeming with danger and wonder. The distant howl of wolves and the rustling whispers of the night echoed tales of survival, stories that would be woven into the very fabric of human existence. But among the shadows, something else watched, something that would shape the course of humanity in ways yet unimagined. In tribal gatherings, around the warmth of flickering flames, the elders recounted stories that would become the foundation of human culture. These tales, passed down through generations, spoke of beings that existed beyond the veil of the known, a hidden force, a guiding hand. They called them the Watchers, not mere myths. These figures embodied the deep questions that gnawed at the hearts of men and women. Who are we? Where do we come from? What lies beyond the stars? The Watchers became symbols of aspiration and caution, steering humanity away from peril while nudging it toward greatness. The Watchers were whispered about in hushed tones, their essence felt in every moment of triumph and tragedy. They were said to have descended from the heavens, their ethereal presence illuminating the path of evolution. The first humans, with their rudimentary tools and restless spirits, looked to the skies, hoping for guidance as they faced the wild and untamed world around them. The fires crackled, casting shadows that danced like the spirits they believed were watching over them. And it was here that the lines between myth and reality began to blur. Archaeological finds from this time tell a story rich with emotion. Cave paintings, etched into stone and leather, depict not only animals but the figures of these watchers, tall, otherworldly beings with elongated limbs and eyes that seem to pierce through time and space. The artists, perhaps, were not just trying to capture their surroundings but were reaching out to something greater. Each stroke of charcoal and ochre was a prayer, a plea for understanding, a conversation with the universe itself. As civilizations blossomed and crumbled, the notion of the Watchers evolved, intertwining with the fabric of human experience. In ancient Mesopotamia, where the great rivers flowed like the lifeblood of creation, the Sumerians spoke of Anunnaki, beings that descended from the heavens, bestowing knowledge upon humanity. These divine figures taught the early farmers how to tend to the land, how to measure time, and how to write. The very act of recording history was, perhaps, a tribute to those who had guided them, a way to immortalize the connection between the celestial and the terrestrial. But darkness loomed over this age. As societies grew, they faced the inevitable shadows of power, greed, and fear. The story of the Watchers took on a somber tone, reflecting humanity's struggles. In the biblical texts, the Watchers became a cautionary tale. They descended not to guide but to tempt, leading humanity astray. The tale of their fall from grace echoed through the ages, serving as a reminder of the fragility of human ambition and the peril of seeking knowledge too quickly. With every stroke of the pen, the notion that the Watchers were guardians turned sinister, hinting at a painful truth. The more humanity sought to understand the universe, the more it risked losing itself. Yet, amidst the chaos and moral quandaries, the Watchers remained an eternal echo in the human soul. In the ruins of ancient Greece, philosophers pondered the nature of existence and the universe. They spoke of gods and celestial beings, weaving threads of thought that connected them to earlier beliefs. The legacy of the Watchers transformed once again, becoming symbols of enlightenment, beckoning humanity to reach for the stars while remaining grounded in their humanity. They became the very embodiment of the struggle between aspiration and hubris, a duality that would follow mankind throughout its journey. As the ages turned, humanity found itself at a crossroads. The Renaissance brought forth a renewed thirst for knowledge, a rekindling of the flame that the Watchers had once ignited. Artists and scientists sought to peel back the layers of reality, driven by the belief that understanding the universe was not just a quest for knowledge but a path to divinity. Da Vinci, Galileo, and countless others looked to the heavens, feeling the invisible pull of the watchers guiding their hands. The brushstrokes of the painters were imbued with the essence of those ancient beings, as if each masterpiece whispered forgotten truths lost to time. But as the Industrial Revolution surged forth, a new tension bubbled beneath the surface. The rapid advancement of science and technology sparked both awe and fear. In the race to conquer nature, humanity began to forget the lessons of its ancestors. The Watchers, once protectors, became distant echoes, almost forgotten. Yet their influence lingered in the collective consciousness, a reminder that in the relentless march of progress, the heart must not be sacrificed for the sake of knowledge. The 20th century ushered in an era of unprecedented change. Wars ravaged nations, and humanity grappled with the horrors of its own making. The Watchers returned in the form of questions that cut to the core of existence. Were we alone in the universe? Did the beings that once watched over us still gaze down, sorrowful at the chaos we had unleashed? And with each leap into the unknown, space exploration, genetic engineering, artificial intelligence, humanity stood on the precipice of its own evolution, a moment where the past, present, and future intertwined. The Watchers, forever present in the backdrop of human history, mirrored the struggles and triumphs that defined the human experience. They were not just symbols of what was lost. They were a haunting reminder of what could be. As Earth spun on its axis, humans looked to the stars once more, feeling the weight of countless generations behind them, the hopes, fears, and aspirations of those who had come before. And as the night sky stretched infinitely above, filled with shimmering stars, one thing became undeniable. The Watchers were not mere figures of legend, but an essential part of the story of humanity. They beckoned from the depths of the cosmos, inviting humanity to confront its own soul, to bridge the gap between the celestial and the earthly, and to forge a path forward into the unknown. The whispers of their presence thrummed in the air, promising that the adventure was far from over. In a dimly lit room lined with ancient texts, a figure hunched over a weathered manuscript. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on the walls, illuminating the countless reflections of a time long gone. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and dust, a testament to the weight of knowledge that had sat undisturbed for centuries. As the scholar's fingers traced the faded ink, a shiver ran down their spine. A revelation was stirring, one that would echo through the annals of time. The Watchers had once stood high above humanity, celestial beings tasked with observing and guiding. But their gaze turned, and it was not just the world that felt their consequences. It was the very fabric of existence. The stories of their descent to Earth, their mingling with mortals, and the chaos that ensued, reverberated like a haunting melody across cultures and epochs. Whispers of their actions lingered in the air, a reminder of choices made and paths forged. As night fell, the scholar immersed themselves in the tales of the past, recounting the countless legends that wove the Watchers into the tapestry of human history. From the Mesopotamian texts that spoke of their celestial origins to the echoes of their misdeeds in the Book of Enoch, the narratives were both mesmerizing and chilling. Each legend was a thread in a vast web of morality and consequence, drawing lines between the divine and the mortal, the sacred and the profane. The tales stretched back to a time when humans were still novices in the realm of knowledge, their minds untainted by the burdens of civilization. The Watchers descended, bringing with them gifts of wisdom and secrets from the heavens. But with every gift came an insatiable curiosity, leading humanity down paths that would forever alter their fate. The scholar felt a creeping dread, realizing that the allure of power and knowledge often led to ruin. From the story of Azazel, who revealed the secrets of warfare, to Semjaza, whose missteps ignited the passion of mortals, the consequences of their actions unfolded like a tragic play. Each name carried a weight, a legacy that transcended time. The scholar's heart raced as they read the accounts of the giants that roamed the earth, born from forbidden unions. These beings, products of the Watcher's choices, embodied both the heights of greatness and the depths of despair. They were a testament to the danger of overreaching. Tension thickened in the room as the scholar reflected on the profound implications of these tales. Were the Watchers protectors or tormentors? The duality of their legacy hung heavy in the air. They had once been revered, but history twisted their intentions, casting them as fallen angels in a narrative of conflict and betrayal. The scholar could almost hear the echoes of ancient voices, lamenting the loss of innocence, a poignant reminder that every choice carries a weight, reverberating through time and space. As the candles flickered, threatening to extinguish, the scholar felt a surge of urgency. The need to understand the Watcher's true intentions burned within them. Each passage they read seemed to breathe life, summoning visions of the past, a time when the divine walked among men, and the boundaries between the two realms were blurred. The Watchers, once protectors, had become the very embodiment of temptation, leading humanity to both enlightenment and despair. In the depths of their reflections, the scholar's mind raced through the consequences of such power. It was not merely stories, it was a cautionary tale for every generation that followed. What would humanity sacrifice in exchange for knowledge? What decisions would echo through time, shaping destinies untold? The room seemed to pulse with emotion, a world of possibilities and peril intertwined, ready to spill forth into reality. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the cracks of the old building, extinguishing the flickering candles. Darkness enveloped the room, and a chill crawled up the scholar's spine. The sudden stillness was palpable, thick with the weight of untold stories yearning to be heard. Was this a sign? Were the Watchers urging them to uncover truths yet buried in the shadows of history? A profound sense of urgency gripped their heart, a call to unearth the layers of interpretation that could bridge the divide between past and present. The scholar's thoughts raced as they grappled with the implications of the Watcher's legacy. They imagined the ripple of choices made long ago, each decision sending shockwaves that traveled through time, impacting lives they would never see. The interconnectedness of all things became clear, a reminder that the past still breathed within the present. It was as if the Watchers were not merely distant figures but active participants in the dance of destiny, an unbroken chain linking them to every soul that walked the earth. With trembling hands, they reached for a quill and parchment, the ink pooling at the tip like a waiting storm. They needed to capture this moment, to channel the emotions swirling within, the realization that the legacy of the Watchers was not just history. It was an ongoing story, ripe with lessons waiting to be learned. The walls seemed to lean in closer, listening to the pen scratch across the page, each word a tribute to the complexity of existence. As they wrote, the flickering shadows returned, revealing glimpses of the past intertwined with the present. The scholar felt a kinship with those ancient scribes, their struggle to understand the consequences of divine intervention echoing through time. The bond between humanity and the Watchers became a thread woven into the very essence of existence, a dance of fate, destiny, and the choices that shape our reality. The tension mounted within the room as the scholar poured their heart onto the page, words spilling forth like a dam breaking. The legacy of the Watchers was alive, still whispering through the ages, urging humanity to heed their warnings. Their reflections became a mirror, reflecting the eternal struggle between knowledge and consequence, power and humility, a cycle that was destined to repeat unless wisdom prevailed. In that sacred space, as the candlelight flickered once more, the scholar felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. The reflections they captured would not fade into obscurity. They were a testament, a beacon illuminating the path ahead. The watchful eyes of the past lingered, urging them onward, connecting their story with the ages yet to come. The pages held the weight of eternity, waiting to be turned, as the legacy of the Watchers beckoned, a powerful reminder that the stories of old were never truly finished. They were just beginning to resonate anew, reverberating through time, echoing in the hearts of those willing to listen.